যদি সবাই ফিরে যায়, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায়, যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায়, তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। যদি আলো না ধরে, ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে, যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে, তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে। একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো, একলা চলো রে।
Hi guys, thank you for joining the live stream. So we were in the middle of discussing Savarkar's work, role as a nationalist historian the last time we were discussing this. So we will pick up from there. We were in a very fascinating spot. We were discussing all his Marathi quotes and stuff. So let's do a basic 2-3 paragraph recap, and then we will try to complete it today. An epoch, this is Janaki Bakhle writing, an epoch, in short, had to feature a war of some kind. The first 4 epochs are Chanakya Chandragupta, the Yavana destroyers, Pushyamitra, Vikramaditya, Shaka Kushan menace. And let's do a bit more of a recap. Yeah, nice. This is a small subchapter that starts from here only. Yeah, so let's start from the beginning of this subchapter. 1857, Essentials of Hindutva, Hindu Padshahi, and 6 Glorious Epochs. Savarkar's 4 main prose works are intimately connected. In all of them, he frustrates the readerly expectation of an argument and conclusion. Conclusions are hidden in plain sight in his fiction or in his poetic writing. Essentials of Hindutva was written to persuade Hindus who thought of themselves not as Hindus but as Bengalis, Malayalis, Lingayats, Jains, or Marwadis, that there were territorial, mythological, historical, and poetic reasons to think of themselves as Hindus. It is where Savarkar attempted to create an alert, aware Hindu national consciousness. Claire Wrigley has pointed out the pervasive use of the passive voice in Essentials of Hindutva. Quote, the whole life of the nation was being brought into a harmony. Hindus were welded into a nation, and the term Hindu has come to mean much more than its geographical significance. End quote. The passive voice means that no specific agent engaged in the labor of welding, none was needed. Hindu consciousness is already present. In 6 Glorious Epochs, however, the Hindu consciousness needed constant resuscitation. When Savarkar wrote the book on 1857, published in 1909, and Essentials of Hindutva, published in 1923, India's territorial boundaries were 20 years away from being settled, and any number of futures were possible, even as the British government continuously postponed independence with each act of reform or imprisonment of Indian nationalists. In 1963, when 6 Glorious Epochs was published, India and Pakistan had been independent and mutually hostile nations for 16 years. Nations, really? 63, yeah. Savarkar ended his life and literary career writing about glorious warriors who represented a quote-unquote golden or successful page in Indian history. This history, Savarkar insisted, had been stolen from Hindus by historians who had promoted a history of defeat and ignored crucial glorious Hindu moments. 6 Glorious Epochs is full of raw emotion, unmediated by discipline, expressed in prose even more sentimental, melodramatic, and poetic than earlier works. Savarkar was not well when he wrote it. A lifetime of effort had come to a bitter end, though there were still a few bright spots. India always had, Savarkar argued, a defense strategy or a Hindu military policy that could be seen in the six epochs he was highlighting in his effort to correct the humiliating and incorrect histories written by traitorous Indian and foreign historians. It is also worth noting that when the book was published in 1963, it was just after India had suffered a humiliating defeat on the China border in November 1962. Six Glorious Epochs was written in Marathi, and Savarkar wanted to translate it into English, but his health was too poor. It was translated by S.T. Godbole instead, but Savarkar went through it word by word and approved the translation, from which I quote. Nearly 40 years after the publisher of Hindu Padshahi directed readers' attention to Savarkar's prodigious archival work, Godbole did much the same. He tells us he added some references because Savarkar was too old to quote-unquote stand the rigor of pinpointing his references, voluminous as they were. But we know that Savarkar never actually pinpointed his references. Were the references added by Godbole all Savarkar's? We don't quite know, but Godbole made the book at least semi-scholarly. And since Savarkar approved the translation, we can assume that the prose in the body of the text was his, even if the scholarly scaffolding was not. This suggests that up to the end of his life, Savarkar wanted, in some respects, to be viewed as an important and genuine historian, even as he scoffed at most of them. Godbole added footnotes, he said, to show readers that the facts mentioned in this volume are fully backed by evidence. Given the title, we must ask what he meant by the term epoch. He explained, albeit confusingly, quote, I mean the one from the history of that warlike generation and the brave leaders and successful warriors who inspire and lead it on to a war of liberation in order to free their nation from the shackles of foreign domination. Whenever it has the misfortune to fall a prey to such powerful fatal aggression and to grovel abjectly under it, and who ultimately drive away the enemy, making it an absolutely free and sovereign nation. End quote. An epoch, in short, had to feature a war of some kind. The first four epochs are Chanakya Chandragupta, Yavana Destroyer, Pushyamitra Vikramaditya, Shaka Kushan Menace, and Yashodharma, the conqueror of the Huns, which are dispensed within a single chapter. Epoch 5, which covers the Marathas, requires 18 chapters because it traverses almost a millennium of war, a period of epic and endless battles between Hindus and Muslims. The last epoch, in which India is liberated from British rule, is a mere 20 pages. As in Essentials of Hindutva, Savarkar writes in short titled and numbered paragraphs that made it easy to reference himself and his work. The book is easy to dip into, packed with historical sound bites and entertaining, if not always informative. Chapters are short. Much of the writing is aphoristic and pithy. Aphorisms means kind of short tweets or Facebook statuses, okay? Like the way Nietzsche used to write. Much of the writing is aphoristic and pithy, and the prose is always mixed with poetry. Let us take Attak, of great importance in Maharashtra, as an example of the geographical extent to which the Marathas place their flag. The 22nd chapter is titled, quote, Not Only Attak, Even Beyond It, end quote, and begins with a numbered paragraph, 1081, that is a poem by Prabhakar. The poem is, quote, The Sardars under him, Sardara Padarache Kase Kuni Sinha Jase Kuni Sardula Gende Are Jan. Impossible. The Sardars under him, some were lions, some were rhinos. Within a ghatak, 24 minutes, they had planted their flags in Attak. The prose starts in the paragraph next paragraph, number 1084, which extols the Marathas' retaking of the fort in Attak in 1757 as the reclaiming of a major Indian boundary because it made the holy waters of the Indus available again to Hindus and horses. Why horses? For one thing, some 50,000 horses were lost in the Battle of Panipat in 1761, and perhaps Savarkar recalled his own prose from Hindu Padshahi where he had written, quote, The Hindu horse of victory drank the waters of the Indus, gazing fearlessly at himself as reflected in its crystal tides, end quote. This paragraph starts exultantly, quote, On that glorious day at last was the ban of 100 years enforced by the religious law of the Hindus themselves broken by the Hindu arms. Why the Maratha warriors pursued the Muslims even beyond Attak up to Kandahar, end quote. Then comes paragraph 1085, just one line, quote, it is already explained in paragraphs 522 to 535 how this time was named Attock and why. We turn to 500 end quote. We turn to 522 to find Savarkar writing that the ban on crossing Attock came about because of how the priestly community dealt with Muslim incursions into their territory. Quote, it should be told here that the ban on the crossing of the Attock, that is, the injunction appearing in the later Smritis, declaring it a sin to cross the Indus and to go over into the Muslim lands, must have been promulgated by our traditionalist priesthood with the sole intention of saving Hinduism. End quote. In paragraphs 523 and 24, he uses the same strategy to explain the ban on crossing the Indus. Quote, but it becomes clear from the historical facts mentioned above that it is only when the Hindu states beyond the Indus were liquidated, thousands of Hindus began to be violently converted to Islam by the devilish Muslims who subjected the followers of other religions to harrowing persecution. The ban on crossing the Attock must therefore have been enforced owing to the helplessness caused by the lack of any armed support for the Hindus in those regions. End quote. The quote-unquote must in this paragraph, that it must have, and the many others in Six Glorious Epochs, as Claire Wrigley notes, is a key strategy of his historiography and his dilemma that can, quote, neither address fully nor silence completely the idea that there might be other interpretations of the events in question. And the awareness of this problem only emerges in moments of equivocation, which are followed by even more strident justifications of Savarkar's own vision, end quote. In paragraphs 526 and 528, Savarkar takes credit for bringing a verse in the Bhavishya Purana to light for the first time, claiming that they were added after Muhammad Ghuri's invasion. The newly discovered verse lays out those new boundaries. This may well be the case since Savarkar's claim that Smriti writers were active, according to him, still appending new guidelines after Muslim invasions was accurate in the case of the Bhavishya Purana. Of the 18 Mahapuranas, the one Purana that was kept, quote-unquote, up to date by continuous additions of new rulers of India from the Muslims to British, called Gurunda, was the Bhavishya Purana, and Savarkar cited it in many of his writings. But was there no injunction earlier? When was an addition added to the Bhavishya Purana? Perhaps Savarkar's fondness for the Bhavishya Purana had to do with the deliberate removal of all historical markers to additions to maintain the conceit that it, like the other Puranas, transcended history. Now consider paragraph 1087, which has a heading almost as long as the paragraph itself. Quote, and this itself is the fifth glorious epoch of Hindu victories over the aggressors, end quote. The paragraph is just one sentence. Quote, the page in the history of the Hindu nation which records this unique event of the conquest of Attock and the final victory of the Hindus in the epic millennial Hindu-Muslim war and the establishment of the de facto sovereignty of the Hindus over the so-called Muslim empire is really the golden page in Hindu history, and that day is truly the red letter day in the life of Hindu nation, end quote. Savarkar appears here to be shouting at us. The first 4th and 6th epoch together make up 147 pages of a 455-page book. The 5th epoch is where Savarkar unloaded a great deal of anger in his trademark poetic verse. Savarkar starts his discussion of his 5th epoch, all 800 years of it, by explaining the problems with previous histories, all of them. Quote, the history is written not only by foreign historians or those who are avowedly inimical to us, but even by our own people, ignore the glorious episodes of exceptional valor and monumental successes of the Hindus and in their stead, catalogue only the calamities that befell them and present them as the only true history of the Hindus, because they were never fearlessly written from the pure and simple Hindu standpoint. Generally speaking, in all histories, especially in the history textbooks used in schools, a pupil catches an impression which is very often carried even in his later life, that the history of the Hindus is nothing but a doleful tale of foreign subjugation and national defeats. Our enemies have publicized these false impressions as established facts all over the world for the last 2 or 3 centuries, end quote. This problem still persists. And I think this has significant mental health repercussions as well, because you grow up as a Hindu guy with no self-esteem because you are taught that everything about your country and your culture and your religion sucks. History, in other words, could only be the history of war and victory, neither the Orientalist history that dwells solely on defeat and failure, nor histories born of Indian self-loathing and critique. We see clearly here how Savarkar's view of history was not just bombastic but required the taking of sides. As such, Indian history could only be penned by Hindu propagandists. Versions of this sentiment appear throughout the book. We are told that a quote unquote true historian whose avowed duty is to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, should effectively and proportionately describe the intervals between any two Muslim invasions and the heroic resistance, successful or otherwise, offered by the Hindus. End quote. Among those who have failed this charge is B.R. Ambedkar, whom Savarkar describes as a quote unquote man burning with hatred against Hinduism, end quote, who wrote that the history of Hindus had, quote, has been a life of continuous defeat. It is a mode of survival of which every Hindu will feel ashamed, end quote. By now, Savarkar's admiration of Ambedkar, which we saw in the chapter on caste, has ended. Epoch number 5 begins with Hindus' abundant enemies. Traitors lurk in corners ready to visit atrocities upon Hindus, Hindu women, and Hindu children, and 6 glorious epochs finds them everywhere, starting with Buddhists, quote, who were elated to see the Muslim foreigners march against the Hindu kingdom. These Buddhists, who bore malice towards the Hindus, perhaps thought that these new Muslim aggressors might embrace their Buddhist cult, end quote. Quote-unquote Buddhist high treason and quote-unquote fanatic Buddhist ahimsa, combined with ahimsa fanatics like the Jain king Kumarapala, who confiscated the property of a merchant who killed a louse in his hair and built a temple to this martyred louse and named it Yugvihar. Among the first Hindu victims, we are told, were millions of people so fed up with Buddhist fanaticism that they quote-unquote shook off its tyrannical yoke and sought refuge in the Vedic religion, which had now taken an all-embracing noble form, end quote. Savarkar abandons his critique of Shastris sitting around writing useless treatises and turns instead to the Vedas and the Vedic Pandits, now as protectors of Hinduism. To give the work the patina of scholarship, his translator gives us a citation to a 14th century Sanskrit work titled Kumarapala Charita, composed by Jayasimha and corroborated by Vincent Smith's Early History of India. A hunt through the bibliography gives us R.C. Majumdar's 1950 work called An Advanced History of India. Many of the claims he made about Muslims in previous works are repeated even more virulently. And despite his earlier admiration for Ambedkar, Savarkar now goes after the Buddhists for having worsened untouchability without naming Ambedkar specifically. Quote, even historians seem to be laboring under the delusion that Buddhists did not recognize the principle of untouchability and that no one was considered untouchable in the Buddhist regime, end quote. The Buddhists imposed ahimsa with such violence and imposed such harsh punishments on meat-eaters and hunters, with the result that, quote, the practice of untouchability instead of being wiped out became still more firmly rooted, widespread, and most distressing, end quote. This has been corroborated by none other than Irfan Habib in his 1997 paper called Caste in History, which we have discussed multiple times from this channel. As Prachi Deshpande has shown, etymology was central to a historical understanding of origins, turning words and their sounds and meanings into archives, enabling the imagination of particular linguistic as well as social pasts. We also saw this in the caste chapter from Jyotiba Phule to Rajaram Shastri Bhagavat to V.K. Rajwade. Became still more firmly rooted words. Halfway through the 5th epoch, we get another glimpse of the idiosyncratic historical etymology that so fascinated Savarkar. He muses that the word musal was a Puranic pun on the word musal that described Arab traders. From this starting point, off he goes. Yadavas had established a colony in Arabia. Tamil was originally called Aravi. Aboriginal Arabs, it is not clear what he means by this, were Shaivites. Aboriginal Arab. And their priests were called Druid, Dravida. This chain of associations lets him suggest that imperializing Hindus had gotten as far as modern-day Ireland and England. The Chinese referred to Hindus as Shinsu, which conferred for him that the word Hindu was derived from Sindhu, which the Chinese could not pronounce. These etymological flights of fancy continued his primary aim of reminding readers that the Hindus had once been a great empire. These aspects reveal 6 glorious epochs' fundamental lack of discipline. In the 18 chapters of the 5th epoch, we leap across time, rushing forward to the Battle of Panipat, only to scramble back to the 9th century, because Savarkar followers understood him as a genius, neither they nor he thought he needed an editor. We read about Savarkar's unhappiness with Ambedkar once and then again several hundred pages later when Savarkar praises South India for not having known any invasion by land or sea for about 1500 years. Quote, and such a country like India, more than half of whose territory enjoyed such a glorious past, is derided by some half-crazy jealous historians, foreign as well as Indian, or by some Hindu haters like Dr. Ambedkar, or by some quite ignorant writers, so as to say that Indian history from the beginning is a history of a slavish people, sunk deep into foreign bondage and constantly trampled under foreign heels. End quote. Savarkar does not mention any quote-unquote half-crazy or quote-unquote jealous historians, jealous of what we don't know, other than Ambedkar. But we should not write Six Glorious Epochs off as merely a late-in-life folly. It is a direct extension of Savarkar's previous work. In Essentials of Hindutva, Savarkar instructed his readers that the category Hindu is far more capacious than the internal divides of caste and religion or subcaste and subregion might suggest. Without quite saying so, but by invoking consciousness and self-consciousness, he was suggesting that there was a shared Hindu consciousness. And by marching mythological characters up and down the fundamental territoriality of the Hindu nation, Savarkar turned Hindu into an internally imperializing category that included communities like Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, who did not consider themselves Hindus. At the start of Six Glorious Epochs, Savarkar emphasizes that he laid out in Essentials of Hindutva, namely the territorial fundamentalism that allows him to claim everything and anything and everyone within it as Indian. But if Essentials of Hindutva was the recipe for Hindu consciousness, Six Glorious Epochs was its weaponized manifestation. Six Glorious Epochs was a weaponized manifestation of Essentials, which could have been called the recipe for Hindu consciousness. And Six Glorious Epochs, which along with Hindu consciousness could, not Six Glorious Epochs, but that weapon, it as a weapon along with Hindu consciousness could lead to a national rejuvenation. The adage goes that a man with a hammer sees nails everywhere. This quote-unquote rejuvenation was Savarkar's hammer, and Six Glorious Epochs is based on the assumption that only an ever-present and self-conscious Hindu nation could be rejuvenated. But we are left with a question. If India was always present, then why did she need so much rebirthing, revival, resurrection, rejuvenation, revival? One might imagine that Savarkar's quote-unquote nation had a narcoleptic sleep disorder. Well, no. He means that it was always a nation. It hasn't been so in the last few years, and now we need a rejuvenation. What or who would jolt the nation out of its sleep? Rulers like Chandragupta Maurya, Pushyamitra Sunga, Vikramaditya and Yashodharma, who make up four heroes of the great first four epochs. However, the most perfect ruler and most glorious of all epochs was Shivaji Maharaj and the rise of the Hindu Padshahis. Shajwalkar wrote essay after essay challenging this Chitpavan pride suffused inaccurate history and pointing out that the Peshwai had destroyed the promise of a Hindu Padshahi. But Savarkar ignores Shajwalkar and praises G.S. Sardesai. Herein lies Six Glorious Epochs' passion. It offers us historical agents, whether Hindu, Buddhist, or Sikh, who bravely defeat quote-unquote superstitious, crazy, and stupid Muslims. But these heroes occupy a slumbering nation that constantly needs a caffeine jolt or trumpet blast to awaken it. That is one problem. The other is caste. Even in a book that was trying to give good news, Savarkar can't avoid showing how Hindus kept turning on each other over minor issues, how fragile their unity was. Savarkar's rage becomes ever more intense as he deals with his sleepy Hindu nation and an internally fractious Hindu community. But there is a solution, and it is found in the links between Six Glorious Epochs, Essentials of Hindutva, Hindu Padshahi, and the book about 1857. Self-conscious Hindus and the nation can reverse the process of time and their torpor by abandoning caste and embracing violent resistance. not Gandhian non-violent cooperation. Six Glorious Epochs is also a defensive tract about the Hindu Mahasabha, which had held itself aloof from Gandhi and the INC-led Quit India movement in 1942. Savarkar led the Hindu Mahasabha for 5 years, and he saw it as India's only decent political party because of, and he saw it as India's only decent political party because of its opposition to partition. For Savarkar, the Indian National Army, despite failing spectacularly and tragically, and Subhash Bose's alarming desire to ally with Mussolini, Hitler, and General Tojo, were better strategies than Gandhi's non-violent cooperation. Essentials of Hindutva is the bridge between his first quote-unquote scientific history of 1857 and his reprisal of persistent newness in Six Glorious Epochs, rounding off the anti-academic position he adopted in Essentials of Hindutva and building on the numerous biographies of him that had been published. He was addressing the grand mass of quote-unquote Hindu people. Six Glorious Epochs has a frenetic quality, as if Savarkar knew it was the last time he would get to explain that Hindus had been cheated of their due by Muslim court chronicles and Indian and British scholarship. Hindus had been cheated by Indian and British scholarship. Over and over, he shows how Hindus had been cheated, first by evil Muslims, then in narrative history by Muslims, the British, and treacherous Indians. And to top it all, they cheated themselves by infighting and their obsession with Vital Veda. Small wonder Savarkar appears both angry and tired in Six Glorious Epochs, leaving him no recourse but to write outside the conventions of ordinary history. Savarkar largely departs from the kind of history Shejwalkar had spent the last 30 years molding, although he took care to show that he had command of all the evidence and understood what historians wrote. Right from the beginning, he dismisses formal history as inadequate to the task of memorialization. He literally takes the opposite position from Shejwalkar on the uses and abuses of history. History should be written as if it were a povada, a genre meant for glorification. This is fully revealed near the end of the fifth epoch. The povada was not just a source; it was an inspiration and a model for prose. The Povada was not just a source, it was an inspiration and a model for prose. Savarkar tells us, quote, there is a borderland between pure history and pure unalloyed poetry. Human nature that demands that everything that is unique, everything that is stupendous and splendid and exciting must be expressed in a highly emotional and ornate style, end quote. In this style, quote, history itself becomes poetry, end quote. Savarkar goes on, history can be prose, but it should be poetic prose and often bedecked with and often bedecked with dazzling ornaments of smile, metaphor, and other figures of speech, as is the Prince of Princes adorned with real ones, ornaments and stuff. Savarkar then writes that it was fitting that the quote-unquote very first contrarian by the very first poet should be born of a highly exciting sentiment which could never be conveyed in simple words, end quote. His reference was to Valmiki's Ramayana and the Shloka. Prose history was adequate to describe failure, as in his work on 1857, but incapable of describing epochal glory. Although the book carries on many of the themes of Savarkar's earlier work, he expresses a new and a different view of the Emperor Akbar, increases his exultation about Hindu war policy and takes him to uh, ruminate about his own life. To reframe this his picture of Akbar, he begins with the famous siege of Chittor. Quote, "It was the same heartless Akbar who caused such a great havoc among the Hindus, but whom the spineless Hindu historians of today call the most liberal of monarchs, the one they say who yearned to bring about amity between and unity of the Hindus and Muslims, the one in their opinion who treated the Hindus far more honorably than any Muslim ruler before or after him, who was according to them a veritable Raja Ramachandra amongst the Muslims." End quote. This was nonsense, according to Savarkar, because, quote, "As if not content with this blood-curdling sacrifice of men, women, and children of Chittor, Akbar entered the bloody-stained city of Chittor, put to sword every one of the bewailing Hindu citizens that remained there, only after quenching his fiendish fanaticism a little with such destruction of the Hindu capital of Chittor, did this Muslim emperor return to India himself, calling himself Ghazi for this virtuous and pious act of his. No longer a good, quote unquote, Muslims, Akbar could not could no longer no longer a quote unquote good Muslim, Akbar could no longer be differentiated from Aurangzeb as he had been in essentials. Savarkar writes that contrary to what ignorant historians had written, Akbar was fanatical and as fiercely inimical to Hinduism and the Hindu nation as was either Alauddin or Aurangzeb. The European writers who wrote well of Akbar, Savarkar calls sly, the Hindu ones slavish. Savarkar declared, quote, "This eulogy is utterly false. Hindus, he said, had to choose between showing respect, gratitude, and affection for Rana Pratap or for his dire enemy Akbar. How can we worship God and the devil at the same time?" Savarkar admits that Akbar wielded great power, founded a vast empire, and patronized arts and culture, but he ends by reminding us that with all that greatness, he was, from our Hindu point of view, foreign, belonging to another religion and mean-minded, and as such, he should be derided by us, Hindus. Nativism overrode all other criteria for judging historical actors. The chapter on Hindu war policy does exactly that, what he had earlier suggested Hindus not do. Read ancient sacred literature literally. Mythological beings like Daityas, Danavs, and Rakshasas become the cruelest, most atrocious, and cunning cannibals of the time. In fighting them, his Hindu ancestors produced a war policy that turned them more atrocious, more deceptive and cunning, and far crueler. So you see, as he was getting older and older, he was further falling into sickness. He was kind of giving up on rationality and decided that, okay, if these fools need to be woken up, I'll have to give them emotions and whatever helps in that. Let me have a sip of water. So, in fighting those Daityas, Danavs, Rakshasas, his Hindu ancestors produced a war policy that turned them more atrocious, more deceptive, and cunning, and far crueler than their enemies, a cruelty Savarkar celebrates. He invokes the Ramayana, saying that when Ram was shown at various places the heaps of bones of rishis whose blood those cannibals had drunk and whose flesh they had eaten, he approved, which showed that at that time, Those gods and godlike emperors too considered it the holiest religious duty to show super savage cruelty, to beat down the cruelty of the Rakshasas, to be arch devils against the devils. Those looking for a fuller explanation are directed to previous paragraphs in which Savarkar narrates the story of Shurpanakha, who, along with a fellow Rakshasin Tratika, was killed by Ram and Lakshman. Why, we might ask? The answer is that when Shurpanakha, another she-demon, rushed to eat away Sita like cucumber, Lakshman deprived her of nose and ears and sent her back, not honorably with generous gifts of ornaments to show off his chivalry to women. So he's saying that, yeah, Lakshman was not being chivalrous to that woman, and rightly so. In another example of valor and chivalry, we get this. Quote, when Narakasur carried away thousands of Aryan women to his Asur kingdom, Assyria of today, Sri Krishna, Savarkar had warned against this stuff, but now he's doing this, I will bet you, to fool the dumb Hindus. Sri Krishna marched upon the demon and killed him in the war. He was desperate. He had to convince. He was getting too late. His age was almost coming to an end. But he did not stop. Sri Krishna marched upon the demon and killed him in the war, but he did not stop with the military and political defeat he inflicted on Narakasur. He rescued all the thousands of imprisoned Aryan females, undergoing all sorts of humiliation there, and brought them back to his own kingdom, and thus took a social revenge. Sri Krishna's army did not forsake their kinswomen simply because they were forcibly polluted and violated, a dastardly thought which he never entertained for a minute. Setting aside the question of how Savarkar could get into the mindset of a mythical character, we see that it can be done. That is the point of comparative religion, theology, everything. Because let's say these are the characters that have been described by a society, by a group of scholars in a society at a given point of time in describing these so-called mythological characters or gods. Okay. Now, based on those data points that we have received from those scholars, it's open for us to make any conclusions about their internal mindset and psychoanalyze these gods or mythological characters. Setting aside the question of how Savarkar could get into the mindset of a mythical character, we see that his main point was that revenge should be taken 1,000-fold for any slight to the Hindu nation. Quote, whenever the Hindus gained an upper hand, they could have retaliated by massacring Muslim population and making the region Muslimless, devoid of Muslims. End quote. They could have and they should have. Quote, ahimsa, kindness, chivalry, even towards the enemy women, protection of an abjectly capitulating enemy, kshama virasya bhushanam, forgiveness, a glorious emblem for the brave. क्षमा वीरस्य भूषणम. So वीरों के लिए भूषण है क्षमा, बाकियों के लिए नहीं. तो अहिंसा, kindness, this is Savarkar writing. Quote, ahimsa, kindness, chivalry, even towards enemy women, protection of an abjectly capitulating enemy, kshama virasya bhushanam, and religious tolerance were all virtues, no doubt, very noble virtues. But it is blind and slovenly, even impotent, adoption of all these very virtues, irrespective of any consideration given to the propriety of time, place, or persons, that so horribly vanquished them in the millennial Hindu-Muslim war on the religious front. End quote. Savarkar celebrates on this point in a chapter that reveals its argument in the title, quote-unquote, Perverted Conception of Virtues. He identifies what he calls a suicidal morbidity that had completely possessed the Hindu mind for a long time and paralyzed their own offensive and counter-offensive might. And this is what Gadsard calls suicidal empathy, which Rohit Arya keeps quoting every day. Hindus had misunderstood the essence, he wrote. The essence of what? The essence of the maxim that one should feed the poor and hungry. Even worse, they had been made to understand almost from birth religious tolerance as a virtue. These were ideas they needed to rid themselves of, so that they could retaliate at a level of 1,000 to 1. When Mahmud of Ghazni raided Somnath, for instance, the Hindu king should have wiped out of existence all the masjids without exception as soon as he conquered the land. We contrast this with Gandhi's famous injunction that an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, better blind than unavenged, Savarkar would argue. And I would argue, when an eye for an eye makes sure that other people don't go blind. So strongly did Savarkar feel about this that even Chhatrapati Shivaji comes in for some rare questioning. He too had fallen prey to this quote-unquote perverted virtue. Quote, even now we proudly refer to the noble acts of Chhatrapati Shivaji and Chimaji Appa when they honorably sent back the daughter-in-law of the Muslim governor of Kalyan and the wife of the Portuguese governor of Bassein, respectively. Instead of praising them, why did the chronicles not remember, Savarkar asks, the rapes and molestations of thousands of Hindu women in earlier periods? He continues melodramatically, quote, did not the plaintive screams and pitiful lamentations of the millions of molested Hindu women, which reverberated throughout the length and breadth of the country, reach the ears of Chhatrapati Shivaji and Chimaji Appa? End quote. Note that in just one paragraph, the number of molested women rises from 1,000 to millions. This is another of Savarkar's preferred rhetorical tactics. He takes an actual event, misrepresents it. How is this misrepresentation? I don't know. Then casts it as part of a continuous history of molestation to ask the present to avenge the past. It is continuous history. When history is converted thus to memory, the entirety of the past becomes simultaneous with the present and must be acted upon as such. In this case, it would be, quote, the souls of those millions of aggrieved women might have perhaps said, do not forget, O your Majesty Chhatrapati Shivaji and O your Excellency Chimaji Appa, the unutterable atrocities and oppression and outrage committed on us by the sultans and Muslim noblemen and thousands of others, big and small. Let those sultans and their peers take a fright that in the event of a Hindu victory, our molestation and detestable lot shall be avenged on the Muslim women. Once they are haunted with this dreadful apprehension that the Muslim women too stand in the same predicament in case the Hindus win, the future Muslim conquerors will never dare to think of such molestation of Hindu women. End quote. Next, Savarkar defends the Peshwas in a passage that suggests he might have been writing a rejoinder to Shejwalkar. Quote, those who ignorantly or maliciously blame the Peshwas for the evil treatment given to the untouchables when they entered the town should also criticize equally vehemently and for the same offense Ashoka, Sriharsha and Buddhist kings. And in the Buddhist period, especially, instead of being weakened, it was most scrupulously and mercilessly observed. End quote. And we now know it is true. And in a clear reference to Ambedkar, he writes that, quote, the Buddhists, once again, I should like to repeat, aggravated and not mitigated untouchability, end quote. Okay, so Janaki Bakhle's hunch is that he's talking about Ambedkar here, though at least this one sentence doesn't prove it. Savarkar concludes this section by recommending his own book. Quote, looking at it as impersonally as it is possible to do so, this one of all the extant books on the history of this period appears even to me as the most stimulating, most searching, and teeming with the national spirit imbued with Hindutva. My book, Hindu Padshahi, is really the golden temple of the survey and appraisal of that great war. End quote. Savarkar also takes a final shot at Rajwade, who got much right but also much wrong. He had failed to understand the importance of Maratha history in India's national history, and his incidental and desultory discourses on the subject appear, by the very nature of their topics, incomplete and inconsistent. Savarkar is at pains to point out that he had bested the great historians from Jadunath Sarkar to Sardesai to Rajwade, noting that his book was not only based on solid evidence but interesting to read, quote-unquote interesting to read. Savarkar gets close to historians only to recoil from the actual work they do. He mentions them but does not engage with their arguments or evidence. Savarkar only refers to individual historians when they agree with him. Those he disagrees with, apart from B.R. Ambedkar, are left unnamed. The impression that Six Glorious Epochs leaves is that it was not written to persuade but rather to provide ammunition for the persuaded to use and to counter every argument, including those that criticize Savarkar. When, for example, secular historians described Akbar's liberal policies, a quick look at the index would direct a reader to a paragraph that would counter that argument. Exactly. If someone suggests that Savarkar was not a historian, his translator has put in all kinds of references, and in the body of the text, there is Savarkar conspicuously meeting Sardesai, already renowned in Maharashtra as a great historian. And so Savarkar set a pattern to insulate himself from any criticism. This strategy continues today, as we will see in the final chapter. Conclusion from this chapter. Shejwalkar was clear. Writing history was not for everyone or anyone, and it required a lifelong dedication to research. He warned that, quote, the vogue of copying, imitating, and adapting is current. This results in circulating the error in a wider area, which later on comes to be called a universally accepted fact. Many scholars throughout the length and breadth of India are nowadays trying to utilize the Marathi material and weaving it into the thread of their histories. An aggressive occupation of the historical field is going on before our eyes. End quote. But that's exactly what leftists also do. So hum kya kare? We can't alone on this side be pretending to be neutral and stuff while, writing history, since they don't ever do it. We will have a neutral history section in our appetite, in our menu, let's say, menu of consuming books or propagating books, and we'll also have some of these just to use as weapons. His attention to discipline, by which he meant the protocols of using archival evidence and careful historical exposition, was intended to fix the attention of readers on facts. Whether Shejwalkar read Savarkar or not, he was surely aware both of him and of the tendency to hijack the historical record for polemical arguments, whether he might agree with them or not. He was clear that real history should not be written by poets. Of course, that is exactly what Savarkar contested in his intentional admixture of the poetic, the historical, and the fictional. Arguments and conclusions were displaced by him because political memory was what he was most interested in, not history qua history. Through his strategic use of unstructured, unperiodized, untemporalized time, and an equally strategic use of anachronism, Savarkar produced a presentist conception of the Hindu nation and put it back in time. His belief that he could shape history meant that the historical act, a battle, a decision, had no intrinsic capacity to enter the record but was left for Savarkar, the recorder, for whom the sole purpose of the past was to produce a future. For these two Maharashtrian Brahmins, history existed in entirely different ways, different keys. And despite the importance of Shejwalkar's work for the establishment of historiographical standards in the writing of history, it was Savarkar who not only was much more widely read but accumulated followers by whom the poet became the personal embodiment both of history and of a glorious future. And that is what we examine in the last chapter. Next chapter is called A Legend in His Own Time, Savarkar and His Hagiography. This is the last chapter of the book. I'm excited to read this. In this final chapter, I tackle an unwieldy biographical literature written primarily by Savarkar's followers that is in some fundamental respects derivative of his own memoirs, which more in the manner of embellishment than of correction or revision, let alone critique. This literature floats below the radar of the scholarly literature on Savarkar in English. In thinking through how Savarkar has been mythologized, I came to understand that this literature makes up an important corpus, not least because it includes some 250 books, mostly in Marathi. Of the many English works on Savarkar, none have attempted to analyze or even characterize this large Marathi biographical literature, even if some use it to cross-check dates or events or to corroborate other accounts. Yet, this literature is far more than a set of primary sources with which to only verify dates and events. Rather, it serves to bring attention to and emphasize Savarkar's contribution to modern Indian history. There is a palpable sense of resentment throughout these works about the way that canonic nationalist figures, Gandhi and Nehru, have displaced Savarkar's rightful place in India's history. The neglect of this corpus has meant that the space Savarkar occupies in the everyday Marathi imagination and the passion with which he is defended and mythologized has rarely been considered seriously. Hello, Anit. It is this gap that I will begin to fill in this chapter. As I round off my examination of the three-part mythologization of Savarkar through his poetry, his histories, and this biographical literature. These biographies are themselves proof of his continued mythologization because most of these books are written as homage biographies or praise books. They are all available in the Swatantra Savarkar Rashtriya Smarak in Savarkar National Memorial in Bombay, although the librarian who comes to the Smarak every evening for a few hours does not organize them in any order. Many are unavailable in academic libraries, but there are also books in this collection that are more commonly available. Anit is saying, have you seen Dhankar and Kiran Rijiju comment on Supreme Court? No, I haven't seen. Ram Navavimarsh. Some of the authors hold faculty positions at universities, usually in academic disciplines far afield from English or history, such as Shesh Rao More, an engineer and the author of 2 books on Savarkar. Still, others have doctoral degrees and are eminent university faculty, such as Shana Navalgundkar, former pro-vice chancellor at Pune University. Some are written by organic intellectuals, others by those who, for different reasons, felt compelled to write another biography because they saw or met Savarkar once or held him in high regard. A few were written while Savarkar was alive, and some of the authors consulted him. Savarkar's son Vishwas and secretary Shantaram Shivram, aka Balarao, wrote biographies of him. Most were written as long obituaries when he died or 10 years later to memorialize him. Some deal with his writings on social justice, others with his political thought, still others with his literary works. As for the books themselves, they range in length and type enormously. Some are short 10-page tracts, others 400-page volumes, and many somewhere in between. In addition to the numerous biographies, there are Marathi plays, children's books, povadas, poems, and graphic novels. Okay, let's see what Anit is saying. Anit is saying they were mentioning to stay in limit to court. Is there no end to this tyranny? Everything that we have voted people to do in the parliament, every fucking thing is going to go on getting bypassed by an unelected bunch of judges. What the fuck is this? What is the meaning of this democracy? तो या तो जजेस को निकालो, उनके सैलरीज देना बंद करो, या तो पार्लियामेंटेरियंस का सैलरी बंद करते थे. 2 मिलके एक दूसरे को कैंसिल आउट करके कोई भी काम नहीं करेंगे, या फिर एक दूसरे का काम खाली में कैंसिल करते रहेंगे, तो हम लौड़े दोनों को सैलरी काहे दे रहे हैं? Savarkar's own memoirs are the foundation on which this corpus is built. While the collection of his writings fills 10 large volumes, most of what he penned consists of poems, plays, histories, articles, and speeches. Very little of his writings is straightforwardly autobiographical, and much of that is repetitive. A footnote says, to belong to the Smarak, you have to be vetted for your fealty to Savarkarite ideology. The Smarak has a president, a board of trustees, and members. When I did my research there, I only had to say that I was writing a book on Savarkar and was interested in learning more about him. Can I become a member of this group called Swatantra Savarkar Rashtriya Smarak, Savarkar National Memorial? That would be nice. Very little of his writing is straightforwardly autobiographical, and much of that is repetitive. The narrative of Savarkar's English biography only goes up to the point of his trial for sedition and treason in 1910. He began serializing his biography under the title Madhya Athavani, My Recollections, between 1928 and 1930, with some parts published in a Bombay-based magazine called Hutatma Shraddhanand. Divided into 2 parts about Bhagur and Nasik, the focus is on his early years, and there are few details about this time in London. For obvious reasons, he wrote under police surveillance. He had promised to desist from political activities, and he would not have wanted to give them any more evidence than they already had of his revolutionary activities. Because he had been released on the condition that he not engage in any political work or writing, the police came to his house in Ratnagiri and looked through the house specifically in search of his Atmavritta, autobiography, and told him expressly that he was not to write it anymore. What we have as his memoirs, qua memoirs, is therefore quite limited. But precisely because of these limits, they have an exalted status. Anit is saying, do you intentionally not use hashtags such as this? No, Anit. Only YouTubers know this. Because we have been told when we upload videos in settings and suggestions and how to run your channel best, etc., that hashtags don't really matter these days. Okay, hashtags is a backdated concept. When internet first came up, or when YouTube first happened, Instagram first happened, back then all of it used to depend on hashtags. Now it's not important anymore. YouTube itself has told me this pretty overtly, pretty clearly. Only thing that matters is the title and how you categorize it, the playlist it is in, and in fact even the text on the thumbnails. So since YouTube algorithm is getting all the data from all these words and stuff, therefore hashtags on its own are not necessary or important or important anymore. What we have as his memoirs qua memoirs is therefore quite limited, but precisely because of these limits, they have an exalted status. Because of continued police surveillance and his identification as dangerous by both the colonial and national state, and the conditions of his house arrest, he was never as accessible as most of his contemporaries, including Gandhi, who was allowed to write his autobiography in prison. आहा, क्या prison life है? जेल में बैठ के बोला जा रहा है थोड़ा बुक वुक लिखो अपने बारे में क्या है. And despite the proliferation of biographical and related forms of writing about Savarkar, we learn very little that is new about his actual life. What we get instead are multiple exemplifications of what I am calling Darshana Dakshina literature. Darshana means a visit to a sacred shrine of a deity, as well as just being in the presence of a spiritual figure. And Dakshina is a form of homage, a form of prestation given to one's spiritual leader. This is a nice description. The Darshana Dakshina literature provides a distinct and yet extremely influential portrait of him that has contributed to Savarkar's ongoing mythologization and sacralization. After 1948, when he was acquitted of aiding in Gandhi's assassination for lack of actionable evidence, Savarkar lived in virtual seclusion, constantly battling ill health with only a tiny circle of friends and associates around him. Access to him was therefore much coveted by his followers. The Darshana Dakshina literature augments this narrative of unreachability while simultaneously offering his followers vignettes of his everyday life and how he spent his time. In this mode, the witnessing function, pratyaksha, expressed in the phrases I was there, or I saw him once, or I asked him once, or I was fortunate to spend many days in his company, lends an authority much like that of having had a moment of darshana. The witnessing validates the biographer as true devotee, who then revalidates the subject's otherworldliness. This literature also humanizes Savarkar the idol, showing him smiling or laughing at a question. It offers affectionate memories of his eccentricities and foibles as a dakshina, while insisting that every small detail about Savarkar is valuable, including factoids like Savarkar's fondness for snuff, the way he wore his dhoti, or that he never betrayed any anger, no matter the question posed to him. Each detail presents another facet of the secular deity Savarkar has become. Yes. From this collection, I select a few memories but in making Savarkar a secular deity for me, the biggest contribution was Janaki Bakhle's own book. I didn't become a fan of Savarkar until reading Janaki Bakhle's book. From this collection, I select a few memories that offer a slightly more fleshed out image of Savarkar that we otherwise have, even as they also provide a window through which to look at the men and women who held and still hold him dear. Who were they, and why would a single act of kindness or attention generate such reverence? Many of the men who recount their memories of Savarkar tell of being arrested and imprisoned for their activities. For them, their 1 or 3 year sentences were utterly insignificant when compared to the 2 lifetime sentence that was handed to Savarkar. Many hail from small villages and remember that only Savarkar bothered to pay their homes a visit and talk to them about nationalism. Gandhi returned from South Africa and reoriented the gaze of the cosmopolitan nationalist elite towards the villages. Savarkar's gaze, it is clear from these reminiscences, had never left the people who lived in villages and small towns. They were his base, and they did not waver in their loyalty to him because Savarkar's politics themselves emerged from rural Maharashtra. Along with the kinds of histories Savarkar wrote and authorized, it is these biographies and the Darshana Dakshina literature that worked to keep Savarkar's legend alive, even in the years when he was in complete isolation. What sets them apart from works written about other nationalists, from Gandhi to Subhash Chandra Bose, is their defensiveness, and many of them are written in the form of an apologia. Endlessly repetitive, this corpus performs an anticipatory rehabilitative function, keeping the embers of his memory steadfastly warm, ready, I suggest here, to conjure him as a new nationalist hero as soon as his time came, as surely it would. Indeed, very little rehabilitation was needed given that these works built and reinforced a heroic Savarkar and his interpretation of Indian history as Hindu history, constituting a persistent, if at times almost subterranean, infrastructure of political thought and historical consciousness in Maharashtra. There was always a sense in Maharashtra that when the time was right, Savarkar would return to national prominence as the progenitor of a Hindu nationalist understanding. The books on Savarkar are written as biographies, though as a distinct kind of life history that had as much to do with Indic traditions around Darshana and Dakshina as with Thomas Carlyle's sense of the need to worship a hero. Modern biographies seek to humanize great figures, as in the mode of biographers such as Robert Caro or Walter Isaacson, who acknowledge the genius of exceptional people while aiming both to keep the biographer out of their narratives and refusing to accept the subject's account of their own history. This was not the model for biography and autobiography in 20th century India. There were occasional exceptions, such as Pandita Ramabai's collection of autobiographical fragments compiled in a memoir titled A Testimony of Our Inexhaustible Treasure, published in 1907, which revealed the difficulty of her life and her journey to subsequent conversion to Christianity. But by and large, the biographies that commanded respect and admiration were English biographies such as Lytton Strachey's biography of Queen Victoria, James Boswell's biography of Samuel Johnson, or John Morley's biography of William Ewart Gladstone. Marathi biographies that might have taken some part of their compositional mode from these English biographies focused on the exceptionality of the subject's life and work or the service rendered by them to the cause of social reform. It would seem unthinkable in a period of anti-colonial nationalism to pick a figure to write about only to produce a negative assessment of his or her contributions to society. Biographies did political work in the years of anti-colonial nationalism, serving to publicize the work of heroes and to engage in what historians such as Pierre Nora have more recently called memory work. Biographies and autobiographies also stayed connected in form and prose style to an earlier literary and poetic tradition, both in Sanskrit and Marathi. Alokranjan Dasgupta notes that elements of what might be called the biographical and autobiographical can be found in the vast Sanskrit courtly epic literary corpus from Bana Bhatta's Harshacharita from 7th century CE to Kalhana's Raj Tarangini, which was written somewhere between 1148 through 1150 CE. In Marathi, one of the earliest works is the Leela Charitra, written in 1278 CE, which can be considered in equal measure an ethnography, a hagiography, and a biography of the founder of the Mahanubhav sect, Chakradhar Swami, written by his disciple Maim Bhatt. On whether the Leela Charitra can be read as a biography or an ethnography of its time, and for a history of its composition, see Colte's preface to Maim Bhatt Sankalit. Kolte's preface to Maim Bhatt Sankalit Leela Charitra. See also Novitsky's work called Quotidian Revolution, for why Novitsky calls the Leela Charitra a biography. Okay. From the Leela Charitra, in the 13th century, there has been in Maharashtra a continuous literary output focused primarily on saintly poets that contains elements of the biographical and hagiographical. In the 18th century, as the story goes, a devotee of Tukaram by the name of Mahipati received Sant Tukaram's order in a dream to write the biographies of saints. This he proceeded to do in several Marathi works. The Shantalilamrit in 1757, Bhakta Vijaya in 1762, Katha Saramrita in 1765, Bhakta Lilamrit in 1774, and last, the unfinished Shanta Vijaya. In the 19th century, biographical poems continued to be composed in Sanskrit and Marathi about Chhatrapati Shivaji and other kings of the Bhosle dynasty, but also about memorable queens, Ahilyabai Holkar of Indore. For example, Ahilyabai Holkar of Indore. And saints remained the subjects of biographical poems in Sanskrit as well, including the Guru Charitra, the Sri Guru Samhita, and the Datta Lilamritabdhisara. Alokranjan Dasgupta distinguishes between the overly florid and panegyrical Sanskrit works that contain little genuinely biographical information and the saintly and confessional biographies, which are much more accessible to everyday people, not least because these saint-composed poems are heart-renderingly lyrical. Dasgupta addresses this multilingual corpus from the poems of Kabir to the Abhangas of Tukaram and points out that several biographies are, as he puts it, democratically motivated, that is, representative of the voice of the everyday Marathi man. In these works, people's cravings take a palpable shape not in the form of escape but of a kind of collective projection. Savarkar's own interest in writing a biography of himself emerges from this hybrid Marathi and Sanskrit, English and anti-colonial, and regional and national milieu of the late 19th and early 20th century. Long before Savarkar was memorialized, both his mentor Tilak and his nemesis Gandhi had been turned into subjects of rousing biographies. In 1913, 2 years after Savarkar had been removed to the Andamans, the first Marathi biography of Gandhi, eulogizing his actions in South Africa for the Indian minority community, was written by Tukaram Thakur. It was soon followed by others in 1914 and 1918. And by the time Savarkar was brought back, there were more. Given the colonial context, almost all autobiographies were imagined as the autobiography of the nation, exemplified in the life of the hero. The same period also produced an unprecedented publication of encyclopedias, dictionaries, and collections in Marathi. S.V. Ketkar labored for 12 long years to produce 23 volumes of his Maharashtriya Dhyanakosha, setting in motion what B.S. Bhole has called a veritable Kosha Yuga, age of encyclopediae. Ketkar's objective was to release knowledge about Maharashtra from the stranglehold of the Pandits, the Pandit Varga, and make it readily available to the general public. The result of all this activity was that even as scholars from Rajwade to Shejwalkar tried to plant the discipline of history and biography firmly in the soil of evidence-based narratives, the fields had already been plowed by a different and much more hagiographical impulse. With this mindset in place, anyone who was so inclined could write a history of biography of a famous figure, and they often did. As a result, the works I address in this chapter, including Savarkar's autobiography, followed certain generalized features of mythologization and hagiography. In the previous chapter, we read Savarkar's conviction that only genuinely historical people should be written about, Chhatrapati Shivaji and General Kruger and Washington, for instance. Savarkar put himself in the same category as did a historian of regional repute like G.S. Sardesai, who claimed he merely wrote history, but Savarkar made it. Savarkar appreciated Sardesai's declaration, but he had not waited for it, having long deemed himself a born leader and an important historical figure for India. A pseudonymous biography of Savarkar was published in 1926. Did Savarkar write it himself? Perhaps. Or perhaps he wrote it with an associate, V.V.S. Iyer. Savarkar might have chosen to remain anonymous to allay colonial suspicion about his activities or to generate precisely the conversation that occurred, with people asking if Savarkar wrote it, dictated it to an associate, or asked an associate to write it, or if someone associated with him wrote it independently and secretly. Whatever the case, at a minimum, it tells us that rather than leave his legacy to others, Savarkar managed the interface between his writings about himself and others' writings about him. Both his own writing and the Marathi writings that followed him employed biography for the purposes of hagiography, in contrast to the modern genre of biography. Hagiography means doing stuti of a person. Savarkar and his followers wrote in a Puranic, post-Vedic epimythological form, but in a secular vein, intermingling features of hagiography and secularity. In the hagiographic mode, the subject is presented as a much maligned figure whose life was tragic, who underwent a sequence of ever-increasing hardship, and who emerges wounded and almost transcendent. Signs of his or her exceptionality emerge as early as from birth, sometimes gleaned from the astrological chart, the horoscope, Janma Kundali, reminiscent of the signs Brahmins saw when the Buddha was born, suggesting that he was no ordinary man. He was instead an emulatable man. Despite all these spiritual trappings, Savarkar also presented himself as decidedly secular, a worldly rationalist. What this meant was that hagiographic biographers revered his rationalism and nationalism, along with his so-called progressivism, anti-casteism, and simple lifestyle. Once Savarkar had essentially turned the figure of the nation into a female goddess, then her worship fulfilled both a secular and a sacred function, and readers could derive spiritual sustenance from nationalist and patriotic activities. As for the rage and anger at Muslims we saw in previous chapters, that was simply set aside, either because it was seen as unexceptional or, for that matter, embarrassing, though there is no evidence of this. In his magisterial work on European literary criticism, Erich Auerbach distinguished between two equally ancient and epic narrative styles, the Homeric and the Biblical, which he further distinguished in terms of the difference between the legendary and the historical. Homeric heroes were merely legendary, whereas biblical characters were historical. Auerbach pointed to the great figures of the Hebrew Bible, from Adam to the prophets, who were chosen by God with the singular aim of embodying his essence and will. It was a strange will in that the main characters had little real control or choice over the tragedies that inevitably landed on them, as Abraham's terrible sacrifice demonstrates. For Auerbach, this drawn out tragedy of a chosen life that has to undergo foundational challenges is why the figures in the Hebrew Bible are historical, in stark contrast to the Homeric heroes. While the great Greek poets describe Achilles and Odysseus magnificently, neither in character or personality do we see any maturity or growth, and Auerbach writes that their life histories are clearly set forth once and for all. Auerbach explains how to tell the legendary from the historical. Quote, legend arranges its material in a simple and straightforward way. It detaches it from its contemporary historical context so that the latter will not confuse it. It knows only clearly outlined men who act from few and simple motives, and the continuity of whose feelings and actions remains uninterrupted. In the legends of martyrs, for example, a stiff-necked and fanatical persecutor stands over against an equally stiff-necked and fanatical victim. By contrast, Abraham, Jacob, or even Moses produce a more concrete, direct, and historical impression than the figures of the Homeric world, because the confused, contradictory multiplicity of events, the psychological and factual cross purposes, which true history reveals, have not disappeared in the representation but still remain clearly perceptible. In the Marathi corpus, the historical and legendary coexist in the combination of the biographical and the Darshana Dakshina literature. The combination is most evident in the prefaces that detail the reasons the author decided to write about Savarkar despite knowing how many biographies already existed. These prefatory remarks offer a glimpse of Savarkar's charisma, and along with the vignettes, they humanize Savarkar's otherwise iconic and idolized persona. The biographies, with their reputation of Savarkar's trials, present us with a legendary hero. They also provide a glimpse of a human hero replete with personal eccentricities, foibles, and idiosyncratic tics. Together, they reveal not just how but why Savarkar is and should be revered. Without commenting on the truth of the story being told, my question here concerns how the reader is supposed to benefit from these books. Is the goal learning, admiration, or emulation? How does the author give himself authority and credibility? Moving from the author to the text, a different set of questions emerge. Historians, as Yuri Lotman wrote, historians are condemned to deal with texts. The relentlessly textual nature of our work requires us to engage whatever relevant narratives we can find for the purposes of a larger understanding, narrative, and argument about the past outside the confines of any particular text. This is especially true of biographies, where cross-checking of dates and facts is given a disciplinary norm. In considering biographers, historians would normally inquire about why they assign so much importance to the figure. How do they compress or expand the concept of time and space? Which events recur? Which events recur? What is the argumentative standpoint of the text? Can it be separated from the author? None of these questions apply in the case of these Savarkar biographies. They all sing the same tune in the same key and meter. Their tone is decidedly apologetic, with most authors seeking to ward off criticism, correct a misreception, or simply assert that Savarkar was uniquely victimized. The corpus is also involuted, in that all the authors reference Savarkar's writings and poems and the few biographies written while he was alive, and many of the authors reference each other. Since this corpus has no internal organization, I have divided it into three sections. The first is Savarkar's writings, the second is biographies of him, and the third is Darshana Dakshina literature. After the first category, I pick a few representative ones from the subsequent two to highlight and discuss. Let me have some water now. Okay, let's continue. In the first section, I look at Savarkar's autobiography and memoirs, which are distinct from his historical works, novels, plays, poetry, or speeches. In the second section, I look at biographies written by Savarkar's friends and associates. As I have argued elsewhere, Savarkar was the chief prophet of a spiritual nationalism, and to the extent that he was its modern high priest and the author of a secular Bible, for example, Essentials of Hindutva, Life of Barrister Savarkar, and his memoirs, the authors of these biographies are like Savarkar's evangelists, spreading his gospel to as many people as possible. The release dates of these biographies are not incidental. The first appeared in 1924, the year Savarkar was placed under house arrest, and 2 years before his English autobiography was published. The second was published in 1937, the year Savarkar was released unconditionally. In 1943, the first major official biographical work on Savarkar was published to mark Savarkar's 60th birthday. Sheila Karandikar, an associate of Savarkar's, consulted him in writing Savarkar Charitra, Kathan, focused mainly on Savarkar's life between 1906 through 1910, his London years. But given that under Savarkar's leadership, the Hindu Mahasabha had stayed away from the largest anti-colonial protest, the Quit India movement, it is the start of a type of writing about Savarkar that takes the form of apologia, at once a defense and a defiant advocacy. By 1948, Savarkar was effectively back in house arrest and closely watched, this time by the new Indian state. Other biographies and homage poems were also written in this period and at a fairly steady pace. I discuss a few, but since they mostly repeat the narrative of these early biographies, I include them in the bibliography, but do not look at them individually. In the third section, I discuss selected Darshana Dakshina literature, that is, biographies written by people awed at having met or spent time with Savarkar. My selections represent primarily lower middle class but upper caste Marathi men who attended college with Savarkar or were his neighbors in Ratnagiri. In this literature, the meeting or encounter with Savarkar is of primary narrative importance, and his biography is secondary, as it would be when repeating a mythological tale whose details are already known. The literature keeps reiterating the wonder of having met Savarkar, however briefly, and this fleeting intimacy functions as an anticipatory rebuttal of so-called objective works of secular and scholarly history. I discuss a few books from this corpus. The first is edited by S.V. Modak, who published Savarkarayancha Athavani in 1962, 4 years before Savarkar's death. The second is by S.P. Gokhale, Swatantra Veera Savarkarancha Sahavasata. The third, Savarkarancha Athavani, is by A.G. Salvi, a retired high school teacher from Ratnagiri. The vignettes and commemorative writings found here reveal a great deal about Savarkar's appeal, his sway, his hold on the Marathi imagination, and most important, the distance between this work and secular and scholarly writings on Savarkar. The authors describe their acts of writing as homage to a fallen hero and comrade. Intimacy and immediacy are seen as far more important than objectivity, and each book in each corpus bolsters, substantiates, and provides evidence for the other in a sort of ongoing rhizomatic reaction. The last names of the authors of the biographies and remembrances that make up the Darshana Dakshina literature are telling. Moghe, Budhkar, Khare, Satvalekar, Sathe, Takle, Thatte, Kanitkar, Vartak, Soman, Limaye, Damle, Ketkar, Datar, Devdhar, Patwardhan, Paranjape, Borkar, Patil, Bhave, Rege, Watwe, Joshi, Karandikar, Abhyankar, Athalye, Apte, Karmakar is a Bengali surname, Karandikar, Kale, Kirloskar, Kulkarni, Kelkar, Gokte, Gharpure, Chapekar, Joglekar, Tambekar, Bhatt, Upasani, Ranade, Potdar, Pense, Bhopatkar, Bhagwat, Desai, Bhide, Sahasrabuddhe, Bhope, Gokhel, Afle, Malshe, Shidore, Vadhad Pandey, Athawale, Utpat, Vartak. This is a virtual who's who of Marathi Brahmin and upper caste last names, a list of Savarkar's Brahmin or upper caste apostles. Now, these are the criticisms which piss me off. When will she or anyone from her ilk or anyone of her kind ever talk about the fact that anyone who writes any biography of anybody in Bengal usually are from Brahmins, Boidos, Kaistos? Meanwhile, she's criticizing the fact that, oh, Savarkar was a Brahmin and all his biographers seem to be Brahmins. What a mystery. Now, the only Bengali guy who's written a book on Savarkar, incidentally, which is not even this sort of stuti book. It's not a biography, really. It's not a Darshana literature. It's a discussion of Savarkar's connections with Bengal and Bengalis. That guy is a Dalit scholar, lol, Dr. Malay Patla, who came to our podcast and got caste slurs by Brahmin / Boidya / Kaisto commie viewer of ours, whom I called out, and he comes on from an anonymous account, and I said on live stream when he was going on saying some rubbish on the live chat, I said, I guarantee you this guy's either Brahmin or Boidya or Kaisto. He did not respond to that, kept on saying other stuff, and then later deleted his comment when I said that, bro, you're a Brahmin Boidya Kaisto who's using caste slurs against a Dalit scholar for writing a book on Savarkar. I have saved it as part of my screenshot collection, bro. That comment is immortalized in my phone and on the community tab and even on Twitter, lol. Anyway, to continue with the book. So this is sort of supposed to be a criticism that, oh, so many upper castes write biographies on Savarkar. This is a virtual who's who of Marathi Brahmin and upper caste last names, a list of Savarkar's Brahmin or upper caste apostles. Some of these writers lived in Pune and Bombay, of course, but many lived in the place Savarkar proudly claimed as his home, the Khedegawa or village world. That was the staging ground of his pedagogy. Savarkar held sway too over Pune and Bombay, but these works show that the nerve centers of his influence were Nashik, Nagpur, Dahanu, Akola, Indore, Buldhana, Shirgaon, Kadhad, Panvel, Solapur, Ratnagiri, Ahmednagar, Kolhapur, Makhchan, and Baroda and Gwalior. In hailing from the Khedegawa, moving beyond it, yet never forgetting it, Savarkar was a model. Like Gandhi, Savarkar recognized that historical consciousness needed seeding among the non-urban, non-elite, non-English educated people. Unlike Gandhi, he did not turn to the rural peasantry but to the inhabitants of small-town Maharashtra, preaching education as the way to achieve historical consciousness. An education filled with role models of world historical figures like Mazzini and Garibaldi, poems on General Kruger, and didactic lectures on Mustafa Kemal. Bro, no, are you going to tell Savarkar now? Who cares what happens in Italy? Of course, some people did say these things to him, which is why he had FIRs on his name from Orthodox Hindus. There is also, of course, more scholarly literature on Savarkar, about which I will make only a few observations, not least because I see the corpus above with its ease of access and colloquial Marathi as more important in fostering the Savarkar myth. With few exceptions, the scholarly writing on Savarkar is less critical than explicatory. It reads more like a festschrift than a biography. Footnote says, see Kasbe's work called Hindu Rashtravad, page 131, for an important exception to this rule. However, his critique is qualified, meaning with caveats. While he mentions Savarkar's anti-Muslim views when discussing his historical writings, he does not analyze them. Kasbe writes of Savarkar as a patriot and revolutionary, but dismisses his historical writings, with the exception of the book about 1857, as unimportant, since he sees them as fantasies that do not follow the general principles of history writing. In his criticism of Sheshrao More's work and that of other Savarkarite scholars, Kasbe does suggest that they need to point out Savarkar's faults and not merely worship him. Vasant Palshikar's critique of Savarkar goes much further in examining the material impact of his anti-caste agitation, as I have shown in the chapter on caste. G.P. Deshpande is also critical of Savarkar, but Deshpande writes about Savarkar in English, and I am highlighting here works written in Marathi. While some authors claim to present a critical appreciation of Savarkar, the word critical typically means adding details or nailing an event down more precisely to the day or even the hour. An early example of such quote-unquote criticality is S.L. Karandikar excavating the exact date of one of Savarkar's poems. Quote, in the Bombay magazine, Vivad Vivadha Jnana Vistara in 1904. So the magazine's name was Vivadha Jnana Vistara in 1904, issue number 34. On page 85 through 94, the three poems are sequentially published. But even if they were published in 1904, it can be determined that they were composed in 1902. This is because the notice of the award money was publicized in the March 2nd, 1903 edition of the Kesari. So kind of pointless, trivial factoids. The scholarly literature is full of this level of detail. What it lacks is any real analysis. Like their more popular and in some ways more self-aware cousins, the scholarly works begin with admiration and conclude with praise. The scholarly works also seem to use archival material to confirm, in a scholarly vein, what the other biographies do in a popular one. P.L. Gavade, for instance, took Savarkar as the subject of his dissertation, and his work is exemplary of a strand of Marathi scholarship that is detailed, exhaustive, and comprehensive. No work of Savarkar's is left unread, and a smattering of secondary sources are consulted as well. What is missing is any theoretical or critical analysis or perspective on the writing of biography or the approach to sources. Even for someone as scholarly as Gavade, Savarkar functions as an oracle of truth-teller. Savarkar functions as an oracle or truth-teller, with the word chikitsak, a critical, in his book's title. Savarkar ek chikitsak abhyas. Savarkar, a critical study. In Bengali, chikitsak means doctor. Interesting. Meaning explicatory or detailed. Gavade's writing style is also tautological. He quotes Savarkar's work, explains it, then quotes Savarkar's work again as proof. For instance, following a one-line description of other work done on Hindus, Savarkar's claims about his own discourse on Hindutva are cited and accepted as accurate. Gavade then explains, quote, in creating this discourse of Hindutva, Savarkar gave Hindutva a classical orientation, and on the foundations of this question, Savarkar had given a lot of thought. This kind of fundamental thinking right down to the foundational principle is of one of Savarkar's core traits, end quote. Again, a huge footnote says from Gavade's work on Savarkar, other examples are Joshi, his work called Kranti Kallola. In Bengali, it would be pronounced as Kranti Kollol. Joshi refers to Karandikar and notes in his preface that he also met and spent time with Savarkar and got information from him about various political events. As with Gavade's book, Joshi's book is densely archival. See also Joglekar, Dhyanayukta Krantiyodha. Joglekar is perhaps the best known advocate of the Savarkarite point of view. He ardently defends Savarkar's reputation against accusations made in Frontline and elsewhere, and he begins his book with quotations about other nationalists, particularly those commonly perceived to be Savarkar's bête noirs, Gandhi and Nehru. Joglekar quotes from a book called The Myth of the Mahatma by Michael Edwards, in which Gandhi remarks that, quote, 32 years of struggle had come to an inglorious end, end quote, by which he meant the bloody partitioning of the subcontinent. And from a December 10 and 92 Times of India review of the book, The Indian Challenge by Dr. Gisela Bon, in which the author recounts an interview with Nehru, in which Nehru claimed that Bon had before him a failed statesman. The quotes serve as the backdrop for Joglekar's argument for why, if Savarkar had been listened to, India would have done better. Gavade understands Savarkar's conception of Hindutva not in political or social terms, or even in terms of law or policy. He asks a different question. Was Savarkar's conception Sankuchit, limited, or Vyapak, spread out and unlimited? Both words applicable in colloquial Bengali. Sankuchito na Byapok. Does the emphasis in Savarkar's famous couplet on Punyabhu make his discourse religious? His explanations or answers mirror Savarkar's declamations. Gavade uses Hindutva much as some in the US use the term American, attached as it currently is to values, quote unquote, American values. Exactly what I said yesterday. Exactly what I said yesterday. Shit. I've been thinking about this. The MAGA movement is Hindutva in their sense, in their POV. Attached as it currently is to values and reverence for them, as for example expressed in standing for and singing the national anthem. Gavade is more concerned with the question of who is part of the Hindu community, asking, for example, whether a convert can still be considered culturally Hindu. His answer mirrors Savarkar's. Y.D. Phadke, wait, there are more footnotes, right? Yeah. Gavade's work on Savarkar from page 246, another biographer writes that Savarkar recognized that Sikhs and Arya Samajis don't register themselves as Hindus, and that is why a larger national theory that included them was needed. Naval Gundkar, in his work Swatantrya Savarkar, says this, and Naval Gundkar sees Muslim aloofness in their supposed resistance to science and Western learning during colonial times and insists that Islam, by being anti-Western, has always been political. He notes that there is no confusion between the word British as connoting a nation and Christianity a religion, but says that Hindu being a religious designation has caused great confusion. Here too, Naval Gundkar merely repeats what Savarkar has already noted in Essentials of Hindutva. Deshpande's work Savarkar Te Bhajapa also uses the term critical to mean detailed. He offers a precis of Hindutva, raising the question of Muslims and whether they can assimilate into India, and agrees with Savarkar that Muslims are a nation. Shit. So, critical does not mean detailed. People will have to realize this. Critical means critique, analysis, not a bunch of extra useless details. Okay, Y.D. Phadke, perhaps the most prolific of Marathi historians, provides another example of what critical does not mean. His essay, Savarkaranchi Vichara Srishti, written 3 months after Savarkar's death, perhaps as an obituary, takes as a given Savarkar's view of himself as a world historical figure. Phadke repeatedly shows Savarkar's hubris without evaluating how that hubris might have affected his political trajectory or the people around him, let alone questioning whether it was merited. He describes Savarkar with the kind of adjectives we find in non-scholarly adultery works: asamanya, shaurya, asadharana, dhairya va sahasa, amogha vaktritva, ojasvi lekhana. Okay, so the translations are now given. Lol. Anyway, so the translations are unparalleled bravery, extraordinary patience and fortitude, electrifying eloquence, passionate writing. And notes that because of his quote-unquote leap into the ocean which resounded around the world, his hair-raising experience of torture in jail, because of all these, Savarkar's life story in his own lifetime began to seem like a delightful and unique novel. End quote. These descriptions could as well be from Life of Barrister Savarkar. It is true, as I noted earlier, that for part of the time when he was in the Andaman Islands, Savarkar did hard labor, which is more than Gandhi, Nehru, Jinnah or many other nationalists experienced. But we also know from the history sheet and prison records, which Phadke consulted, that Savarkar's experience was little different from other prisoners, unlikely to have been a hair-raising experience of torture. Why the hyperbole? Because it is the established mode in which one writes of Savarkar in this corpus. The closest Phadke gets to an analysis is in this description of Savarkar's self-confidence with a vague question toward the end. Savarkar looked at himself from a very early age as a leader. His leadership was not built according to him because of anyone's protection or patronage. His views were his own and his success was also his own. They were not inspired or influenced by anyone. Savarkar did not believe any leader matched up to him. Not just that, but that there could be second or third tier leaders whose views he could have consulted or talked to or set his own views aside, because this is how politics was waged. Such a notion does not seem to have been the case with Savarkar. The National Party needed one leader. Everyone should simply listen to him. Who knows if this is what he thought? End quote. We know that this is exactly what Savarkar thought. Phadke also narrates a rumor about Savarkar. Supposedly, when a questioner asked Savarkar if he had read Marx. Savarkar suggested that a better, albeit anachronistic question would be whether Marx had read Savarkar. My point here is that even the scholarly literature on Savarkar competes to see who can describe his courage, fearlessness, or personality in more superlative terms. In previous chapters, I have presented Shejwalkar for contrast, as he took very different approaches to both poetry and history. Here, I would like to briefly comment on his perspective on biography. Shejwalkar had a pithy sociological sense of the role history needed to play. It was not to cheerlead, but rather itihasacha vastavika upayoga sahanapana sikane ha ahe. The real use of history lies in teaching us to be wise. He added, however, that this could only be done by quote unquote keeping past mistakes at the forefront to attempt to get rid of those faults so we don't repeat mistakes. If this is not our endeavor, then the efforts of historian/researchers will be in vain. End quote. In theory, Shejwalkar and Savarkar agreed on this. But Shejwalkar went on to say, quote, one thing a biographer has to pay attention to, and that is exquisite knowledge of comparison and comparativeness. Someone born in the village knows each and every pebble of it, but he has no wider sense of the world and might think of his village headman as in the same league as Nana Padnis. Many researchers make the same mistake. End quote. Fair enough. Likewise, he noted, quote, at a superficial level, one might compare Nanasaheb Peshwa to William Pitt, but what someone who has a sense of world history might wonder if they can be put in the same category. End quote. Shejwalkar raised questions of scale, context, and the nature of historical judgment. The Peshwa was an important figure, but he had a good deal less power than William Pitt. A historical figure worthy of biography, in other words, could not simply be someone who was important within a region of India. He cannot know what Shejwalkar might have made of Savarkar's declaration of himself as an extraordinarily important national figure. Was he comparable to Shivaji Maharaj, or William Pitt, or even Gandhi? We do know that had he considered this question, he would have asked critical questions that would invoke an entirely different perspective than that of Savarkar. Shejwalkar anticipated the criticism he might receive for suggesting that a historian's role was to evaluate, indeed even judge, past actors for their actions or to pose counterfactuals when writing a biography. As he said, quote, all historical analysis notes that at such and such a time, this and such action was appropriate, and the analysis focuses on whether or not such action was taken. In my opinion, the study of only such a history has any chance of being useful. Simply recounting historical events is not real history, it is a tale, end quote. Glorious tales, however, were exactly what Savarkar and his biographies expected. Let us now turn to them. A subchapter begins. It's called Savarkar's First Memorialization. How long to go? Oh, there's a separate full gigantic chapter called Conclusion. There are separate conclusions for every chapter, but there's a separate conclusion chapter as well. Then the appendix is gigantic, full of Marathi primary sources. Nice. Very, very well researched book. Oh, not much. Just this much is left. Wow. We'll finish this book today. The book ends at page 425. We're going to start page 376. Savarkar's first memorialization. The first English biography of Savarkar was published in 1926, titled Life of Barrister Savarkar. Its author was someone calling himself Chitragupta, whom Vinayak Chaturvedi argues was a pseudonymous Savarkar. This is possible for multiple reasons, most importantly the tremendous overlap between this biography and Savarkar's Marathi memoirs, which read like translations of each other. It also seems unlikely, given Savarkar's views on history and biography, that he would leave his legacy to chance. Oh my god, wait. Yeah, so it may or may not be the case that Chitragupta was Savarkar, because it might be so because it seemed similar to his contemporary work back then, and at the same time it might not have been because he would not have left this to chance. Yeah, I think it was Savarkar. It also seems unlikely, given Savarkar's views on history and biography, that he would leave his legacy to chance. Finally, Savarkar's prose in English uses certain recognizable phrases and word choices. He translates a few of his Marathi letters and poems into English, and the translation in this English biography and in later publications are identical. Yet, neither Savarkar's biographers nor Savarkar himself ever acknowledged that he was the author, and indeed are irate at suggestions that he was. They get angry. Some suggesting that V.S. Iyer or C. Rajagopalachari wrote it. C. Rajagopalachari was the famous libertarian, right? As a result, I cannot confirm Vinayak Chaturvedi's claim, but he is likely correct that the book was either written in close consultation with Savarkar or dictated by him to a friend or colleague. And so, rather than using Savarkar's name as author, I will use Chitragupta in the pages to follow. This book, called Life of Barrister Savarkar, is short, 115 pages, and the publisher in Chennai notes that 2,000 copies were printed in 1926. The work's main objective seems to be to insist that Savarkar was a Homeric heroic figure, not just an extraordinary revolutionary, but the most brilliant and gifted of men, a devoted son, brother, and brother-in-law, and the patriot who was singularly responsible for bringing India's colonial plight to international attention. Chitragupta describes Savarkar as suffering only occasional self-doubts, which he resolves with his excellent mind. Savarkar is allowed no complexity of character. He was prodigiously learned, and we learn of his fondness for Pope's Iliad and the stories of Agamemnon and Achilles. Perhaps that is why Savarkar's depiction is also heroic. Let us recall from the chapter on caste that in 1925, in Deshache Dushmana, Chitpavans took a ferocious verbal beating at the pen of Dinkar Rao Javalkar, who suggested that it was almost as if God had willed there to be no Chitpavans among history's great men. Perhaps this explains why the biography begins with an account of brave Chitpavans, followed by Chitragupta's claim that he was marked by all those who came into contact with him as an exceptionally gifted child. Savarkar is described as having remarkable poetical faculties, and that well-known papers in Pune began to accept his contributions, both prose and poetical, when he was 12, hardly realizing that the writer of them was but a boy of such tender years. This is true, in fact. Bakhle herself talked about this in the beginning of the book. But it was not just poetry that set him apart. He waited for the newspapers in his village of Bhagur, read them avidly, and rushed to explain them not only to his schoolmates but his school teachers and elders. Why would they need an explanation from a 12-year-old? Because Chitragupta tells us, quote, he had even so early as that impressed men round him as one who spoke words of wisdom far above his age, and whom men instinctively liked to listen to. End quote. Whether written or dictated by Savarkar, not a page can be turned without praise. As a secret autobiography, it escapes restrictions such as modesty. He was a quote-unquote voracious reader whose eloquence quote-unquote exercised a wonderful effect on the masses, while when he dealt with some most philosophical or literary subjects, the learned and the wise were ever struck by the polished diction, the charming fluency, and the soundness and cogency of the argument he had in hand. End quote. Such was his brilliance that even as a college student, quote, subjects delivered by Savarkar would long be remembered by those who had once heard them as best examples of Marathi eloquence and revolutionary literature. End quote. He was not just knowledgeable about politics, but he was also a shining example of Marathi literature. But there is more. Such was his quote-unquote oratorical power that mass meetings of thousands of people sat spellbound to listen to him. End quote. Thousands? Facts matter less here than the narrative impact of these sentences on his audience. Such was his literary prowess that the introduction to the book he translated, Mazzini's biography, studying in London, quote-unquote, grew so popular as to secure a record sale in Marathi literature. Students were made by their teachers and sons by their fathers to commit whole passages to their memoirs, to their memories, from the masterly introduction which Mr. Savarkar wrote for the book. End quote. This sentence about committing whole passages to their memories from Savarkar's introduction is repeated word for word in numerous subsequent biographies. What we see here is Savarkar being built into a figure whose words were to be memorized, not analyzed, discussed, or challenged. When the book was banned, his readers quote-unquote, hid the copies at imminent risk and preserved them as a precious relic to be handed down to their posterity, end quote. His words were to be preserved without alteration and treated as if they were sacred. We already know that he knew the works of the Brahmin poets of Maharashtra, Morpant and Vaman Pandit, and the poetry of the Varkari tradition. Savarkar's father catches him writing a ballad to the Chapekar brothers who had assassinated a colonial official. Here is the description of his father's remonstrances. Quote, Damodar Pant with a father's solicitude pressed, Child, thou art still too young. These serious cogitations would tax thy tender brain with unwholesome strain. Go take to some lighter and gayer moods and songs. When thou comest to manhood, thou wilt be more able to fashion ways and means to render thy mission fruitful. End quote. Savarkar ignored this advice, writing the ballad and reciting it to a friend who, quote-unquote, simply refused to believe that it could have been composed by him because it was so extraordinary. Despite their publication being banned, the ballads lived and thrived, quote-unquote, from lip to lip and almost religiously remembered and cherished and still be heard recited in towns and hamlets amidst admiring circles of the Maratha people. End quote. Savarkar insists elsewhere too that his words needed memorizing, whether the couplet in Essentials of Hindutva, his preface to the Mazzini biography he translated, or his ballads. It is not simply that Savarkar converts history to memory as we saw in the previous chapter. Memorizability was a major part of his agenda. A wave of quote-unquote fanaticism, writes Chitragupta, swept through India, and quote, soon the malady-infected Maharashtra and woeful tales of Muslim outrages of the usual inhuman type inflamed the Hindu element all over the land, end quote. The young Savarkar, according to Chitragupta, quote, could not rest without wreaking some vengeance or other on the Muslims for the outrages they had inflicted on his co-religionists, end quote. So the village mosque was desecrated. We had already read how Savarkar narrated this in Marathi, so here I will simply note that Savarkar wrote regarding the skirmish between the young Hindu boys and their Muslim schoolmates. Quote, our young Vinayak had wisely equipped his army, end quote. He used the same adjective, wise, in recounting this episode in Marathi. Then the young Savarkar took a vow. Quote, he solemnly stood up and took the vow of dedicating his life and, if needed be, his death to the mission of liberating India from the fetters that held her in bondage. He would carry forth the torch of his fiery resolve and set the youth of India aflame. He would organize a secret society, arm and equip his countrymen and fight out the grand struggle, and if need be, to die sword in hand in her cause. End quote. Death appears twice in 3 sentences and many more times elsewhere, including his poetry. Florid passages such as these dot the book, as when he narrates an internal conversation he had with himself about hiding in Paris, quote, wouldst thou continue to enjoy these morning walks and this fresh air and the sight of these beautiful water lilies and gay swans, while thy followers and friends and brothers are rotting in cells deprived of light and food, fettered and forced to bear untold hardships? Canst thou enjoy this all? The contrast was too grim. The sensitive youth shrank within himself at its sight and felt himself a sinner. End quote. Vinay Dhadwarkar argued that in the interwar period, Indian poets took as their models the works of Wordsworth, Keats, Shelley, Byron, Sir Walter Scott, Lord Alfred Tennyson, and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Savarkar seems to have found in Victorian prose the appropriate tone to strike in his English writings. He continued the conversation with himself, now focusing on death and dying. Quote, I must risk even as my followers have done and show that I cannot merely sacrifice but even suffer. If I get arrested, well, that would be the real test of my mettle. Youngsters who took lessons at my feet have braved the gallows and kept their pledge of fighting even unto death. Should their trusted teacher and guide and friend and philosopher keep running away from shore to shore, if I survive in spite of risking and come out unscathed from the ordeal, then I might hold myself justly entitled to spare me as a general without the least danger of demoralizing either myself or my followers. Well, if I don't survive, I shall have kept my word, my pledge of striving to free India even unto death and leave a glorious example of martyrdom, which in these days of mendacity and cringing political slavery is the one thing wanted to fire the blood of my people and to rouse and enthuse them to great deeds. End quote. The emphasis on death and dying remains popular even today in the biographical literature on him. I close this section with a quote about a conversation that he claims to have taken place. He writes that he had to endure the intemperate venting of a guard who insulted his entire family. Quote, "Prepare thyself," he told himself, "now to face the worst that befalls a victim." And he kept devising what he must do if they actually tortured him. He must bear it all. Savarkar was said to have responded with this important speech, quote, "Look here, you talk of tortures. I am now dead to myself while living. Desperate recklessness is now my only friends. But your case is quite otherwise. You have yet to live and enjoy the pleasures of a sweet home. Therefore think twice before you subject me to any such foul treatment of tortures. For I know I cannot defend myself against you all, but one thing I will do. I will not die until I have killed at least one of you." End quote. He narrates his abiding desire to be tortured and killed for Mother India. Savarkar seems to be modeling the high rhetorical pitch necessary for writing a biography of a world historical figure. Certainly, as Vinayak Chaturvedi argued, Savarkar wished the world to know that he was an exemplary revolutionary. But what was the name of the book? The Life of Barrister Savarkar. Yeah, but Life of Barrister Savarkar, that book, is less a biography of Savarkar than a Savarkarite depiction of a great man, written to be emulated and instructed by, not written to criticize or, for that matter, contextualize his life. That would be seen as a mark of disrespect. Savarkar conveyed his message in his historical writings. It was conveyed in Life of Barrister Savarkar and his memoirs. And the corpus they generated shares their traits, which is evidence is optional. You can leave out the parts that don't look good. Here, Savarkar's views about Muslims. The figure's leadership is self-evident but still praiseworthy. Poetry is mixed with prose. And underpinning it all is the idea of Savarkar's infallibility. Generations of Savarkar Bhakts or devotees, as we will see, have written versions of this narrative. Now a new subchapter begins. It's called Savarkar's work called Majhya Athavani and Gandhi's biography called My Experiments with Truth. Someone was telling me that it's this book, My Experiments with Truth, is even now a syllabus in the syllabus of the English language, English literature or language, I don't know, syllabus for even law students. Why must English students need to read Gandhi, of all people, that too in the profession of law? Nobody knows. At least change those syllabuses. There's such beautiful prose in Revolt of 1857. Why is that not a syllabus book? I don't know. Navadvipe Danga. Danga na pogrom. Savarkar's Majhya Athavani and Gandhi's My Experiments with Truth. In 1925, the year after Savarkar was released into house arrest in Ratnagiri, Gandhi was in prison and had already written most of his autobiography. Asked to write something for a weekly magazine called Navjivan, he wrote a weekly short piece that always imparted a moral lesson, usually dealing with something intensely personal. Influenced by the hagiographical tradition, Gandhi's autobiography is unsurprisingly titled My Experiments with Truth. Truth was not a given for Gandhi. It had to be experimented with and experienced firsthand. In Gandhi's autobiography, his forward motion is always predicated on the mistake as the motor of history. Concomitantly, Gandhi's writings invite us into his own agonistic world of struggle and therefore the nation's agonistic struggle to be born. Agonistic world of struggle and therefore nice. Gandhi's posture was that of a salvation seeker who emphasized self-mastery, whether that concerned diet, sex, the body, or violence. In the introduction, Gandhi wrote, "My experiments in the political field are well known. For me, they don't have much value, but I would like to narrate my experiments with the spiritual world." In this context, he remade himself into first and foremost a spiritual leader, a guru, because he knew that's how he could fool most numbers of people in India. But he did so within the Vedic paradigm, Varnashrama Dharma, the 4 stages of life as adhered to by upper castes. The text can be broken into 4 parts. The first period of his student life in London, Brahmacharya. The second as a successful householder and lawyer in South Africa, Grihaprastha. The third as a man who began his detachment from the world of family and business when he returned to India, Vanaprastha, in the service of a new form of religious politics and salvation for India and Indians. The fourth and last, sannyas, was Gandhi retiring from politics, which he did periodically across his entire life. Lol. बीच बीच में कभी कभी randomly संन्यास लेते रहते थे. Gandhi's autobiography focuses on events that fundamentally elucidate the human self as ever failing but always rising, Lazarus-like, from the ashes of that failure. Gandhi writes of his defeats and setbacks as the basis for his own experience of grasping for truth. He began as a mediocre student but converted his failure into success. He depicts himself as a bumbling and unremarkable lawyer in South Africa before he learns how to be successful through the inspiration that comes from working on behalf of his community. He writes about his failure as a husband, another failure that imparted the lesson that he needed to subordinate both his desires and his personal obligations to the needs of the nation to realize his own potential. In each case, as he recounts and recognizes his shortcomings, he finds a new path by channeling and advocating for the needs and wishes of others. He develops his own sense of self-restraint as a means to discover the power of passive resistance and non-violent non-cooperation. And even as he translates his personal experiments into nationalist parables, he fashions himself as an indispensable figure for Indian politics as well as for emulation by others around the world. A formative text for Gandhi was Max Muller's India, What Can It Teach Us? Gandhi's Christian contacts in Pretoria gave him material intended to convert him to Christianity. It turned him into an evangelical Hindu instead. His major source of inspiration was Tolstoy, who had written The Kingdom of God is Within You, or Christianity is Not as Mystical Teaching but a New Concept of Life in 1893. Tolstoy was a critic of lived Christianity, and Gandhi took from Tolstoy his reasons for why he could not convert despite his fondness for Jesus. And he lived his life as transparently open to the point of excess. The entire world was informed if Gandhi had dysentery or when carnal desire arose in and surprised him, even as it embarrassed just about everyone else. Gandhi represented his own body as the body of the nation and the raw material on which the emergent history of the nation of India would be written. Hence, everything Gandhi underwent was what the emergent nation underwent, whether that was a physical ailment or a spiritual crisis. At roughly the same time that Gandhi began writing his My Experiments with Truth, Savarkar began serializing his own autobiography under the title Majhya Athavani, My Recollections. It appeared in Hutatma Shraddhanand, the Bombay weekly that Savarkar's younger brother Narayan Rao Savarkar, who was by the way beaten to death because Godse was from the same Brahmin Jati that Savarkar's were from, began publishing and editing in 1926 after Swami Shraddhanand was killed. I wonder why, and we all know why Janaki Bakhle doesn't mention it. Given how large a space Gandhi occupied in Savarkar's imagination, it is not far-fetched to ask if Savarkar deliberately wrote his autobiography to compete with Gandhi's prison diaries or sermons. Between Gandhi's autobiography and Savarkar's, the central distinction is between a text that talks about human failing and one that admits none. For Savarkar, there was no question of conversion to any religion, given that he saw conversion as a political instrument wielded by Muslims. Savarkar also would have seen such slavish praise of Christianity as a slight to Hinduism, but a slight to Hinduism not so much because of any interest on his part in following Hindu dogma, but rather because he wanted exclusive focus on Hindu identity with the nation. Exactly. For Gandhi, personal intimacy always stood at odds with being the leader of a collectivity, and in that struggle, personal intimacy was lost. While we know a little of Savarkar's personal life, we know that Gandhi sought self-consciously to either display it as a lesson for others or suppress it. But therein the similarities come to an interesting bifurcation. While both men idealized women, in Gandhi's case, women were models of non-violence, purity, and self-sacrifice. Gandhi contrasted this with all things masculine, even his own past, in particular his carnal desire for his own wife. Men represented lust and selfishness, and Gandhi's Satyagraha was an inversion of masculinity both in his construction of his self-image and in his delineation of non-violence as more effective than violence. Savarkar celebrated masculinity, particularly that of the RSS Swayamsevak. Savarkar was released on the condition that he not engage in any political work or writing, and the police came to his house in Ratnagiri and looked through it in search of his Atmavritta autobiography, and he was expressly told not to write it anymore. Instead, it became the basis for the multiple little biographies that were published by people like A.G. Salvi or others addressed in this chapter. These biographies were relentlessly disciplined in putting forth as consistent and constant the legend of Savarkar juxtaposed against the messy contradictions of Gandhi. The messiness had already been asserted by Savarkar in his excoriation of Gandhi in a series of 15 articles published and compiled in 1927-28 as Gandhi Gondhal, Gandhian Chaos. In his own writing as well as the writing about him by his followers, Savarkar would claim to being the disciplined, unwavering, consistent nationalist. Salvi remembered that the writing of the autobiography was being carefully watched and monitored. The houses of the Savarkar brothers were searched, and the reason for all this was that if they could find a handwritten copy of it, it would give them enough evidence to rearrest him. We know that the police were indeed watching. What is telling about Salvi's account is its description of how literally every page of Savarkar's writings was secreted away and kept secure as if it contained the sayings of a beleaguered prophet. Quote, when he finished his daily writings, 4 copies were made. One went to the illustrator, one to me, and the third to Savant Guruji. I took a copy of his biography to my village and hid it in a bin of rice. End quote. The scarcity and secrecy made every little bit of Savarkar's autobiography all the more precious. After 1937, Savarkar's autobiography was published openly, and Salvi recalled how happy he was when the first 1,000 copies sold out immediately, and that he had helped. Quote, we got the immense satisfaction of having been personally involved in guarding this great man's autobiography. End quote. Sketches of Savarkar's life were published in Marathi, Hindi, and Gujarati. They were published again in 1949 after independence under the title Savarkar Atmacharitra, meaning Savarkar's autobiography. The first volume of his collected works has a Purva Pithika or prologue by Savarkar that opens with the exhortation to forget. All memories should not be memorialized, he says. Some should be forgotten, as an excess of memory produced one demon after another. As he put it, quote, speaking from a Puranic tradition, from the body of history, each drop of blood produces a new demon. From his oppressive remembering to protect people, that blood drop of memory or demon, as soon as it falls, is gone forever, thanks to the goddess of forgetting. In truth, remembering and forgetting are both God's gift. End quote. But which drops of memory needed retaining and which did not? Savarkar believed that a determined forgetting is far better than a simple piling up of memories. Memories needed to be evaluated, and their relative value, Taratamya, should be the determinant of whether they should be turned into historical texts, grantha. Family histories were not important. Only societal or national histories needed to be published. What happens when you don't do family histories? Casteism doesn't happen. Savarkar's life, as he noted, was intertwined with the social life of the nation and needed therefore to be narrated. Quote, in the life of the nation, my own individual life has been an important and influential mediator. My having been a guru, teacher to so many young men whose lives I have transformed, and to such an extent have my views, efforts, and company, in person or not, influenced them, and because of the opportunity to play a major role in national agitations over and over again, the manner in which my life was formed and grew, all of this narrated from my own mouth, this will be very useful as a means by which to tell the national history of those times. My memories are not useful just to tell my story alone, but will be reflections of 2 or 3 generations. End quote. Noting that he was writing these memoirs under challenging circumstances, Savarkar pledged to recount his memories just as he remembered them, without added ornamentation. But because his life and that of the nation were intertwined, he begins with a history of the British Raj after the 1857 rebellion. For Savarkar, Indian history starts with the disarming of Hindus, the British use of divide and rule tactics among Hindu groups, and the propagandistic spread of English education. Bengalis come in for angry words for not having resisted the British, but they are excused because they were, in his view, ground down by 500 years of Muslim rule. Fair enough. He potted history races through the years, with approving nods to B.C. Pal, Surendranath Banerjee, and Dadabhai Nauroji, along with a stern rebuke to the Brahmo Samaj for being seduced by the British. There is the predictable criticism of the mendicants, quote unquote, mendicancy years of the INC, and strong applause for Dayanand Saraswati for having convinced the Hindus of the Punjab not to fear Muslims and Christians, and for setting against the mimeticism of the Brahmo Samaj the authenticity of the Arya Samaj. But when he moves to recounting his own life, a more authentic Savarkar appears than the one who wrote Life of Barrister Savarkar, who simply recollects past events in his life. He writes with some humor, quote, "As I write my recollections, I'm afraid I must confess I have no memory of my birth," end quote. He writes of his village Bhagur with enormous affection. Here and there in his memoirs, flashes of authenticity emerge, as if Savarkar forgot for a moment that he was writing for posterity. It happens when writing about his village Bhagur, and in keeping with his favorite mode of writing, he wrote a 71-couplet poem about it, a few couplets of which follow. Quote, "There was a cooling river named Dwaraka, slim, slender, white water like the crescent moon. Knowing the villages that were thirsting, this small little river would nourish everyone. The songs of the fields, the calling to the buffalo in high tones, the dawn rose into the sky with the fragrance of flowers. When from the well flowed copious water into the fields, peacocks danced entranced in them at the time." End quote. His connection to the village remained a constant throughout his life. Savarkar writes of his family with affection and gentleness. He narrates his parents' brief marriage as happy and speaks warmly of his mother who died when he was 9 years old and whose face he could no longer remember. Quote, "There was no false pride in her about being wealthy. But after she died, when our family had financial troubles, my father would always say, when she came into our house, she brought Lakshmi with her. As soon as she departed, so did Lakshmi. She was the Lakshmi of the home. My father doted on her." End quote. But these happy memories, he reminds us, were not his own, but instead based on what he was told of his parents' life. His reported first memories of his own intellectualism at the age of 7. In Life of Barrister Savarkar, Chitragupta wrote of his copious reading and his intellectual precociousness. In his memoirs, Savarkar adds to that claim, quote, "My father's rule was that after dinner, my older brother would read Ram Vijay, Hari Vijay, Pandav Pratap, Shiv Lilamrit, Jaimini Ashwamedha, and such OV-based poetic meter texts. And then he would discuss them with my mother." End quote. The entire Savarkar family, we can deduce, was schooled in these classical texts. His mother died when she was barely 23 years old. Quote, "The four of us, young still, wealth at home, a husband who loved her infinitely, a happy household. None of this could she experience. She contracted cholera. That day I remember well, in the midst of our meal, she felt giddy, and in that old house she went to sleep next to the home temple. She never got up. The meal stayed uneaten. At 2 p.m. she was cremated. Everyone came home afterwards, but I did not. But I, meaning mother, did not." End quote. By wealth at home, Savarkar does not mean untold riches, but a general happiness. As a young man, he shifted his attachment to his mother to his young sister-in-law, Vahini, the only other woman about whom he wrote with authentic affection. He includes in his memoirs a brief account by her about him. Yeshu Vahini describes an intense child, only 12 years old, but already focused on his schoolwork and anything else he did. She notes that he read voraciously, confirming Savarkar's account. He tells us he was a precocious reader, a poet, and an intellectual, almost savant-like, able to read Sanskrit easily as well as Homer's Iliad and Odyssey in English translation, the Mahabharata, and Aranyaka here and there, and with regularity Vishnu Shastri Chiplunkar's Nibandhamala and Tilak's Kesri. These writings confirm in Marathi what had already been written about him in English in Life of Barrister Savarkar. Quote, "Homer too was a great favorite with his father, and Vinayak loved to listen to the spirited verses of Pope's Iliad and the translated stories of Agamemnon and Achilles at his father's feet." End quote. At the age of 13, he commences his education in English and leaves Bhagur for Nasik. The day I was to leave Nashik, my young companions and loving neighbors felt very bad about how far I was going. Even in my young days, young and old, men and women had great love and devotion for me. End quote. That Savarkar was exceptional in his village and that many people turned out to see him leave for the big city, Nashik, we can understand. That they grieved because of his departure was less likely. Nonetheless, the trope of his exceptional standing and brilliance is reiterated so often that it becomes standard in the secondary corpus. In his memoirs, an older and mature Savarkar recreates a Puranic figure of himself as a young man. One much like the brilliant Brahmins of old who stun adults with their mnemonic and compositional abilities despite their lack of formal training. Nowhere does Savarkar concede any real intellectual or political influences on him other than Morpanta in poetry and Shivaji Maharaj in politics. Instead, with no apparent self consciousness, he praises himself repeatedly and lists people on whom his influence was manifest. Quote, in my opinion, my speeches that kept having such a productive influence on so many people was because, relative to my age, I had a storehouse of relevant information and knowledge. This all due to my extraordinary reading, perception, and attentiveness from early on in my childhood. End quote. There is a matter of factness to such narrations as if Savarkar had the distance to write objectively about himself. I end this section with one last translation. In the secondary corpus and the Dakshina literature, virtually no mention is made about the happiness or lack thereof of Savarkar's marriage, nor does Savarkar tell us much. Gandhi would write of his wife Ba that she was his quote unquote better half, who truly made him whole. Savarkar, on the other hand, wrote of his marriage sparingly and without emotion. In 1901, when his marriage to the eldest daughter of Bhaurao Chiplunkar was arranged, it posed a problem for Savarkar. He wanted to further his education, and he and his associates debated whether a revolutionary should get married. Would marriage drag a revolutionary down? Would a woman who married a young man dedicated to the cause of Indian independence be basically opting for widowhood? Savarkar's answer was both peculiar and progressive. Peculiar because it involved a sense of genetics, and progressive because he took the opportunity to endorse widow remarriage. In conversations with fellow revolutionaries, he wrote, quote, I used to show that revolutionaries who were willing for the sake of independence and to protect people to take a vow and had the courage to fulfill it were the Ubermensch, the supermen of society. Oh my god, is this confirmation that he had read Nietzsche? I have been guessing it for so many days that he had read Nietzsche. Did he then? Holy shit. The procreation from such outstanding seed for the betterment of society was of prime importance. End quote. Rao Sahib Kasbe suggests that Savarkar was familiar with the works of Bentham, Mill, Hegel, Spencer, but the influence of Darwin and Nietzsche on his thinking was profound. Oh, fuck. I had been guessing this. I had practically concluded this from reading Nietzsche and reading Savarkar parallelly that yes, there seems to be Nietzsche hidden in all of this work. No wonder. All of it makes sense now. Here we again encounter Savarkar's genetic theory. He believed, as we have seen, that Hindus had unique blood, genes, spirit. Now we learn that revolutionaries could pass down a revolutionary zeal to their offspring. Unfortunately, according to Savarkar, this was not happening. Without any warning, revolutionaries could be felled by an oppressive colonizer. And, quote, the lineage and offspring, therefore, of revolutionaries was dying out, and those who were extremely ungrateful, vulgar, traitorous, selfish, who turned away from social service, only those were living on, flourishing, and their offspring, mind you, were increasing in society. Obviously. By the way, let me mark this page as the page that describes that Nietzsche had an influence on him. Okay, this pen doesn't work. Where is the pen that does work? Shit. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. There it is. No, that's not a pen. Ah, there it is. Nietzsche. So Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, Hegel, Herbert Spencer, Charles Darwin, and Nietzsche. And people these days tell us, who cares what happens in the West? Why do you read so many Western scholars? A fake Savarkarite was criticizing us a few days back for reading anything Western. Lol, dumb fuckers. For this reason, Savarkar concluded, it was acceptable for a revolutionary to marry not only to procreate, but to counter other misguided procreation. And should the revolutionary die, here was Savarkar's genuinely progressive position on widow remarriage. Quote, their wives and children should recognize that their husband or father has become a martyr and be proud of it. But if they cannot, then such a widow should happily find some other good man, remarry, and restart her married life. To give her such permission, a revolutionary would be grateful, or he should be. If it is not a sin for a man to immediately remarry for whatever reason upon the death of his wife, for the same reason, it is not a sin for a woman to remarry. End quote. Let me underline this, as Savarkar was in favor of widow remarriage. Nonetheless, Savarkar was hesitant about marriage and was practically cornered into it. He justified getting married as respecting the wishes of his uncle and others in his family, rather than his own. Love, which he would write about as vital in the determination of marriage in his letter to his brother, was, in this case, irrelevant. Quote, because the girl his uncle had decided on was Sri Bhaurao Chiplunkar's daughter, and between Bhaurao Chiplunkar and his uncle there was a deep and long affective friendship, and he could not break his word. With such a family, to have a close and now even closer relationship of marriage was a rare opportunity, such that anyone's circumstance or the question of liking the girl was to be set aside. End quote. Savarkar agreed to the marriage on the condition that the Chiplunkar family paid for his higher education. The narration allows readers to believe that he agreed to the marriage because of his affection for his future father-in-law, whom he described in these glowing terms. Quote, he was tall, fair as can be, and very handsome. His face, his smart bearing, his piercing eyes, his imposing way of walking. When we saw him, it brought to mind a Chitpavan Sardar of the Peshwai. End quote. Whether Savarkar was equally impressed by any feature of his wife, we cannot tell, because this is the sole description of her. Quote, even before the question of getting married had been raised, that girl had been sent to our house for 8 days by her father. She too wanted very much to be married into the family. End quote. Savarkar does not mention his wife again. The rest of the memoir describes people he was genuinely fond of, explains why India needed armed revolutionaries, and concludes quite abruptly with the founding and activities of the secret societies he founded, the Mitra Mela. Savarkar had separately published his memoirs of his time in the Andamans, titled The Echo from the Andamans, which would have followed this memoir chronologically. Luckily, he didn't need to write anymore. He had done enough. His many followers would now take up the charge. Now, a subchapter begins, which is the third section of this second last chapter, called Hagiography, all his hagiographic works. And before that, I will just take a break to free up my shoulders and stuff. So coming back within 3 or 4 minutes, guys.
বসন্ত এলো পাতা ছড়া বয়স পাড়ার সময় কিভাবে কে জানে এত রঙের সাথে হলো পরিচয় হৃদয়ে কিছুই দিয়ে যাচ্ছে যে অকারণে সুরে গান আমি গাইব এখন, দাও বলে দাও, দাও বলে দাও আমায় ঘিরে উদাস হাওয়া বয়, নাও খুঁজে নাও আমায় খুঁজে নাও, বসন্ত এলে শুধু মনে ঘরের কোণে আর নয়, আমার সাথে এসো নিয়ে যাব দু হাত ধরে তোমায়, হৃদয়ের কিছুই দিয়ে যাচ্ছে যে অকারণ, আমি কার কে আমার ভুলে যাচ্ছে দিন রাতের হিসেব, বসন্ত এলো পাতা ঝরা, বয়স বাড়ায় সময়, এভাবে কে জানে এত রঙে সাথে হলো পরিশান, বসন্ত এলো, বসন্ত এলো, বসন্ত
Hi guys, we are back now. The hagiography section of this chapter. In 1924, the year Savarkar moved to Ratnagiri, Sadashiv Rajaram Ranade wrote the first homage biography, titled Swatantriya Veer Vinayak Rao Savarkar Yanche Sankshipt Charitra, concise biography of nationalist hero Vinayak Rao, honorific Savarkar. It cost 8 annas. Savarkar declined, according to Ranade, to talk about himself, yet he clearly already had iconic status as a former revolutionary. He didn't need to talk about himself. What he wanted repeated had been published in Life of Barrister Savarkar and his Marathi writings. In this first biography, the differences between an earlier generation of Marathi nationalists such as Tilak and Savarkar's subsequent generation are clearly stated in the official preface. Tilak's devoted biographer N.C. Kelkar wrote the preface reluctantly. He spoke as an elder statesman, noting that not only did he not know Savarkar well, but that he disagreed fundamentally with him, yet could not refuse the honor of writing the preface because Savarkar's fearlessness in speaking his mind and challenging colonialism had impressed him. Ranade's own preface gives us an indication of what made Savarkar so impressive. Ranade was a student in the government school when Savarkar was incarcerated in Ratnagiri prison prior to his house arrest. Quote, all I desired was to see once the man who escaped from a boat in Marseille and at a very young age who by his extraordinary courage brought the world's attention to him. End quote. This line could be taken verbatim from the English biography. Savarkar as a profile in courage may seem odd to readers of Indian nationalist history, which typically excoriated him as a collaborator for having recanted his nationalist political views to secure his own release. But in Ratnagiri district, the small town of Makhjan, Savarkar was the uniquely courageous hometown boy who had suffered enormously and remained a nationalist patriot. Ranade not only admired him, he revered him. And in writing his praise-filled biography, more a praise pain, he consulted many of Savarkar's associates, including his father-in-law, Bhau Saheb Chiplunkar. A picture will soon emerge of a group of upper caste Marathi men, often small town lawyers, teachers, or clerical workers in one or another administrative unit in Nagpur, Solapur, Ratnagiri, Chiplun, or some other small city, far removed from Pune or Mumbai, let alone Delhi or Calcutta, for whom Savarkar was a larger than life figure. His intellectual brilliance left them stunned, and his fiery speeches enthralled them. Ranade met Savarkar in Makhjan and had the privilege of hearing firsthand the story of his escape in Marseille. Ranade's Makhjan is not the Maharashtra that those from colonial Bombay or Peshwai Pune, let alone the colonial capitals of Calcutta and Delhi, knew or visited, but Savarkar knew it. It was from locations like Makhjan that he imagined building an army and teaching young men about Garibaldi's and Mazzini's militant nationalism. Ranade draws a portrait of an unceasing, relentless, missionizing zeal that tracks with Savarkar's description of his childhood. Ranade's prose is that of a devotee. Indeed, it is essentially a povada rendered in prose. Savarkar is simply put, flawless, pure, and purifying. From childhood on, he is presented as a purifying indoctrinator of nationalism and patriotism, whether in his distaste for frivolity or his non-stop nationalist proselytizing. The biography is Brahminic in tone and content, whatever the fuck that means. The contest between Hindu and Muslim boys is narrated through Savarkar's understanding of Muslims being obsessed with converting Hindus by any means necessary. Apparently unaware of Savarkar's views about Vital Veda, Muslim boys threatened to force fish dumplings down Savarkar's throat, believing that it would make him lose caste. Ranade establishes Savarkar as a heterodox Brahmin almost immediately, telling us about his friends, the sons of Gopal Bhikkhu and Ranba Shimpi, whom we met in the caste chapter. These are the kinds who become friends with me usually. The second Marathi biography, entitled Swatantriya Veer Barrister Vinayak Rao Savarkar Yanche Charitra, freedom fighter Barrister Vinayak Rao Savarkar's biography, was written by Raga Bhope in 1938 to celebrate the end of Savarkar's house arrest in Ratnagiri. The late 1930s were turbulent times in India. Following the Government of India Act of 1935 and its very limited extension of the Indian electorate, there was an election which the Indian National Congress swept. Having formed a government, they realized how very little power they had when, with no consultation, the Viceroy Lord Linlithgow plunged the country into war against Germany. By 1939, the Congress had resigned all governmental positions, and once again, the colonial government cracked down. In 1937, when Savarkar took up the leadership of the Hindu Mahasabha, he began with a tour of Maharashtra. It was a resurgent moment for him in two ways. Personally, with his resurgence after decades of incarceration that had taken him out of the political limelight, and politically with the vigorous resurgence of his caustic rhetoric against his old enemy Gandhi. Bhope's book had many sponsors, including the Hindu Mahasabha and the Arya Samaj, and it took a mere 20 days to be printed in Ahmednagar. Bhope did not simply translate or use the first English biography. He travelled through Nashik and Bhagur and consulted other Marathi biographies of Savarkar. Still, the narrative is unsurprising, repeating much of what Ranade wrote, bulking it up with examples from other biographies. No 2 pages of Bhope's book go without a Sanskrit quotation, and the book, made up of short sections, each highlighted in boldface, is formatted for easy reading, even ending, as Savarkar himself had done with a patriotic poem. One prominent strain in this collection of books is a powerful sense of indignation that Savarkar, hawk to Gandhi's dove, has been ignominiously ignored. The authors angrily point out that Savarkar endured worse prison torments than Gandhi or Nehru and dealt with family tragedy, the death of his parents, uncle, 2 children, his sister-in-law, even his brother, after Gandhi's passing, with no sympathy from the national media. As if making up for this, the books go on at length about Savarkar's contributions, claiming a series of firsts for him. First bonfire of foreign cloth, first to think of militarizing Hindus, first among the nationalists in his learning and erudition. By 1940, when Moshi Gokhale writes Veer Savarkar, a book called Veer Savarkar, we are fully into the world of legend. Like Ranade, Gokhale remembers meeting Savarkar in 1925 as a schoolboy in the small village of Parshuram. Savarkar had been invited to give a lecture on Parshuram, a mythological figure, and spoke about how Parshuram had rendered his earth free without compromising his own bravery. From that one meeting in 1925 came this short book, shorter than a full-length biography, longer than a pamphlet. Gokhale fictionalizes entire sections, including a segment about the Andamans and the cruelty of the prison officials. He betrays no self-consciousness about this fictionalizing. In fact, he tells his readers about it. Why would he feel free to fictionalize Savarkar's Andaman's experience? Perhaps because Savarkar himself fictionalized many conversations he had in the Andamans and saw no major distinction between the genres of poetry, history, and fiction. And how did Bakhle conclude that they were fictions? Because his biographers so insistently narrate Savarkar as a young revolutionary, they write quite casually of the political assassinations that were the weapon of choice for revolutionaries. Even after independence, the biographies show no concern, regret, or even reflection about the taking of a life, whether Curzon Wiley's or anyone else. The possibility that what Savarkar and other revolutionary-minded nationalists thought of as legitimate political action could be seen as murder does not seem to occur to the authors. Their conviction that political assassinations are not murder allows the authors to insist that Savarkar's sentence for aiding and abetting political assassination was inhumane and unfair. In 1943, the first official biographical work on Savarkar was written and published by an associate of Savarkar's who was not just closer to him than previous biographers, but who had also written a biography of Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Sheila Karandikar, a member of the Bombay Legislative Assembly, focused mainly on Savarkar's revolutionary years, 1906 to 1910. The book's title is Savarkar Charitra, Kathan. The use of Kathan is no accident, since 4 years of Savarkar's life are narrated as if they were a Katha, mini epic, across more than 500 pages. The publisher is listed as SOU. Sitabai Karandikar, possibly the author's wife, though it is unknown, and Savarkar's poem Gomantak is included to provide clues to Savarkar's interiority, how he must have felt and what he thought. No detail was too small to be included. Karandikar consulted extensively with Savarkar. The book is filled with the author's recollections of conversations he had with him and his entire family. Karandikar repeatedly points to Savarkar's unpublished autobiography as well as conversations with people close to Savarkar with limited and often self-referential citations and references. The book is divided into 16 chapters covering his childhood, his middle and high school years, his college years, his association with Shyamji Krishna Verma, his time in London, his association with Madan Lal Dhingra, the inhuman sentence of 2 lifetimes, and his time in cellular jail. Some chapter titles later become titles of books, and one Trikhandata Gajaleli Udi, or the leap that resounded across the heavens, earth, and the netherworld, was repeated word for word in later books. The homage corpus, in other words, meaning this leap they're talking about is, I think, his jump from the ship. So anyway, the homage corpus, in other words, borrowed not just the narrative Savarkar laid out as its fundamental template, but also style and rhetoric. Karandikar begins with a detailed examination of the origins of Savarkar's last name, the Gotra, patriarchal lineage from which his Chitpavan Brahmin family takes its lineage. Avinav is saying, where to find this unpublished biography? Will it be available for us to read now in the National Library or something like that? I think when she says unpublished biography, or when that man is saying, Karandikar is saying unpublished biography, it probably means the ones that no, by then though, I guess what is his unpublished biography then? Why would he not publish it? I think he has 2 biographies, right? One is that Life of Barrister Savarkar, and the other is My Recollections. Was he talking about any of these? Possibly not. Maybe he might be making it up, because that's the entire point of this section of the chapter, that they used to randomly make up stuff just to flatter him. He references Rajwade as an authority, but also the epic travails of the mythological hero of the Ramayana. Ram's exile lasted 13 years, and between the 10 years in the Andamans and 3 in prison in India, so did Savarkar's. Karandikar immediately establishes Savarkar as a character from an epic saga. See, this guy might have made it up. He next examines the Savarkar family's involvement with the Peshwai and describes Savarkar's birth along with his astrological chart and what it predicated about his brilliance. Karandikar apologizes to his readers for not having much information about Savarkar's earliest years, but tells them that, quote, in this work, the couplets taken from Savarkar's Gomantak are in a sense autobiographical. Keeping the information in those couplets in mind, Savarkar's extraordinary life can be dramatically depicted, I am absolutely sure. Quote, end quote. Savarkar's mischievousness is likened to that of Krishna, and his relationship with his mother is also narrated in epic style. He was the Bal Krishna, young Krishna, to her Yashoda. Savarkar's role in the narrative is visible in the lengthy detour into Gandhi's mendacity, the lies he inserted into public and political life, and the need for a different political strategy for independence. As in Auerbach's understanding of the legendary style, there is no interiority to Savarkar's life, only the obsessive filling in of details of a formulaic version of a Puranic godlike figure and his saintly and happy family. All affect is monotonously heroic, tragic, or dramatic, confirming what had already been formulated for lay Marathi reading public. Karandikar refers to Ranade and to Life of Barrister Savarkar. Ranade refers to Savarkar. Subsequent biographers refer to... Okay, see, this is the problem. Karandikar refers to Ranade and to Life of Barrister Savarkar, written by Savarkar himself. Ranade refers to Savarkar. Subsequent biographers refer to Life of Barrister Savarkar, Ranade, and Karandikar. Yeah, Avinav is pointing out that this sounds like the Noren stories of Vivekananda, young Noren. And no one has a problem with that. Janaki Bakhle has a problem with just this kind of mythologization, bhai. And she has a problem with only upper caste people writing biographies of Savarkar. Meanwhile, anyone writing any biography of any Bengali guy is Brahmin Bhuddha or Kaisto. That's the problem with this these conclusions of Janaki Bakhle. That's the problem with her conclusions. That's the only problem with this book even. Otherwise, it's a brilliant book of research. I would suggest this to anyone and everyone. Although Karandikar called this biography a Kathan, it was actually more like a Gatha or an extended historical epic, even though it only went up to the year 1910. But he sets the stage by focusing on the first of the many travails that Savarkar would endure, the illness and death of his mother to cholera, which it describes in these terms. Quote, Anna, Savarkar's father, was absorbed in enjoying the pure happiness of his good fate, but he experienced what is written in the verse, that God has not written everyone's fate completely. In 1894 and around the month of May or June, the cholera epidemic started and slowly it made its way to Bhavur. At month's end, there was some religious ritual observances that needed conducting. The day of that religious observance dawned. From the morning, she was unwell, but in the characteristic manner of devout Hindu women, she paid no attention to her illness and let no one know she was unwell till the afternoon. She needed to go out to the bathroom once, but she took a purifying bath and resumed her cooking. End quote. Savarkar's mother died, Karandikar notes, with her 4-year-old son in her arms. From here we move to the familiar story of Savarkar's childhood friends, but Karandikar moves across the caste spectrum. Not only was Savarkar a progressive Brahmin who opposed untouchability, he also had Kshatriya Tej, warrior spirit. The loss of his mother, which had brought a pall to the house, was lifted by the entrance of his sister-in-law, Yashuvahini, who was Savarkar's age and shared many of his interests, including poetry. We see repeated references to his intellectual precocity, and yet again we read about the Upanishads and Alexander Pope's translation of the Iliad, much the same as what is written in Life of Barrister Savarkar. Savarkar annotated books he would read with copious notes, all of which Karandikar notes were lost in the police raids that started in 1908. His school teachers noticed his genius, sometimes doubting it could come from one so young. Virtually everything he wrote was published, but the annotated books, poetry collections, letters, and drawings were destroyed because of constant police searches. The story of the desecration of the village mosque is told exactly as Savarkar tells it in his memoirs. Karandikar was hesitant to include it, noting that just about every other biographer had done so, and he said he did not intend to trace Savarkar's views on Muslims to this one small event because, however, of the many stories of Muslim atrocities that had been published in the newspapers, he thinks it necessary to draw from Ranade's 1924 biography the story about Muslim boys in the village vowing to convert Savarkar by polluting him, crowing that, quote, these Muslim boys had to quietly concede defeat because they could not fulfill their vow to contaminate Tatya by forcing either dry or wet or any other kind of fish down his throat. Because remember what Savarkar would say, मुसलमान का खाना खाने से तू मुसलमान बन जाएगा, पूरा मुसलमान खा लेगा फिर भी मुसलमान नहीं बनेगा. The curiosity of this first official biography is that as soon as the author encounters sources such as the London Times or the Sedition Committee report, the tone changes and becomes less dramatic. It reverts to romantic melodrama in the chapter on Savarkar's escape attempt and his journey to the Andamans, detailing what he ate on the boat, a seemingly fictitious conversation between Savarkar and the new Irish warder, Mr. Barry, who was keen to meet the author of the book on 1857, and the daring escape at Marseille, along with the descriptions of the jail and Savarkar's resignation that henceforth he would have to bathe in salt water. The main source for all of these narrations is Savarkar's An Echo from Andamans, published in both English and Marathi. Karandikar adds dramatic flair, but again produces what is at root Savarkar's account of Savarkar's trials. In part because of this repetitive accumulation of narratives and books, the corpus appears to have great richness and depth. All the authors take Savarkar's greatness as their starting point, and as is the nature of confirmation bias, signs of greatness emerge constantly. Much of this literature is intended to educate middle and high schoolers. Savarkar's pedagogic activities are taken as the model, and the corpus works to ensure that his agenda, bhasha shuddhi, language purification, and patriotism, is inculcated early. The control Savarkar exercised, wittingly or not, on how his legacy was disseminated is unlike that of any other nationalist. By the close of Karandikar's biography, we learn that Savarkar was an exceedingly private man who did not seek the company of others or let anyone come meet him. This reclusiveness adds to his allure, and the fact that subsequent authors got close to Savarkar lends their work more authority. Indeed, Vago Mahadev, the poet who collected and compiled Savarkar's poetry, thanks Karandikar in his acknowledgements for sharing some poems, then says, quote, "But more than anyone else, I am indebted to Vinayak Rao himself, who set aside his own greatness and freely talked to me about these poems, found bits and pieces of them, taxed his own memory about them, stayed up late on occasion, all to make his poetry be correctly published." Avinav is saying, so back then it was skeptical for people to include that mosque incident. So now it wouldn't be. The Overton window has shifted so much. So, yeah, I'm indebted to Savarkar, talked to me about poems, found bits and pieces of them, and taxed his own memory about them, stayed up late on occasion, all to make his poetry be correctly published. End quote. In 1947, a few years after Karandikar's work was published, Shana Badwe wrote and published from Pune a short book entitled Swatantriya Veera. Like other authors, his preface contains a disclaimer, here framed as a rhetorical question, quote, "Many people have written about Savarkar. What am I going to contribute?" End quote. He answers by saying that it was important to write, and adds that people will surely be eager to read another rendition of Savarkar's life. Badwe connects to Savarkar as a poet, and his goal is for readers to memorize Savarkar's life events as simple poetry. Here we see the success and continuation of Savarkar's didactic project, as Badwe depicts a life that reaches its crescendo in Hindu Samaj, Hindu unity, Hindu language, Hindu race, and Hindu Rajya. Was he even human, this Daivat, godlike man Badwe worships? Now and then a marginally different biography appears, such as Beristara Vinayaka Damodara Savarkara, Salaka Parichaya, Barrister Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, a pointed introduction by Sacha Athavale. Published in 1947, the book starts somewhat unusually. Athavale describes a small village where he sees a funeral pyre that is constantly attended by a man and an assistant. They circumambulate it and attend it, keeping the deceased's ashes together in a supreme act of duty and sacrifice, as if to assist the deceased in his passage to the other side. The sensitivity and the profundity of this act struck the author. It was the funeral pyre of a young man barely 18 years old, who had been ill for 8 days before succumbing to his illness. The man tending the fire instead insisted that he, the dead youth, would return in a next life to take his place in society, and that tending the fire was a way of showing respect. This man, whom the author re-encountered some years later, was apparently Savarkar, whose act of care struck the author deeply. But after this reminiscence, the biography holds no surprises. Books are published at a regular pace. A children's book in 1951, then back to books for adults in 1963, 66, 73, 82, 83. In 1966, for instance, Praga Sahasrabuddhe wrote a biography that begins with Savarkar's escape from Marseille and includes the same fictive conversation Savarkar narrated in Life of Barrister Savarkar with the policeman who apprehended him. He describes how Savarkar's brother's marriage, Yeshuvahini, came to live with them, comparing her arrival to that of a beautiful frangipani. What's a frangipani? Frangipani offered to the sacrificial fire. He pushed the metaphor further by noting that the Savarkar household was a sacrificial fire pit for the securing of independence. It was in the end, with Yeshuvahini as the steady stream of pure cow's milk he offered to it. In 1983, a Savarkar fresh shrift was published to commemorate what would have been his 100th birthday. Okay, there's a huge footnote. We'll have to check this out. Shilkhare, in his book Swatantraveer Savarkar, writes in his preface, Shilkhare explains why he wrote another autobiography and why he aimed it at children. Quote, "The youth of Maharashtra cannot wallow in the mud of inaction, laziness, and vagabondry. Only if they are schooled in service, principles, and sacrifice will our Maharashtra, indeed our India, be truly independent." In 1963, Visa Valimbe wrote Swatantra Veera Savarkar. His preface begins with one of Savarkar's poems, the gist of which was that since he had not wasted his days, the end of his days comes to him without any sorrow. "This poem came to my mind when Savarkar passed away," writes Valimbe, "and wanting to make the unremitting patriotism of such a great man clear, he decided to write a book based on Savarkar's writings and speeches." In 1973, Aravind Natake wrote Yuga Pravartaka Savarkara, which was sold for just 2 rupees. The publisher noted that this inexpensive biography of Savarkar could be sold door to door and thus do double work. It would sell well because it was so cheap, thus informing more people about Savarkar, and the publisher would also gain financially. Natake noted in his preface that he had met Karandikar, chatted with him, got Life of Barrister Savarkar from him, read Dhananjay Keer's English biography, then used Karandikar's biography to write his own. Okay, anyway. So, where were we? Yeah. In 1983, Avinav is saying, which was the movie Savarkar based on which book? No, not any one book. It was a pretty much an entirety of all the research that has been on research and Stuti biographies that has been done on Savarkar. Mainly, I guess, even Vikram Sampat's book. In 1983, a Savarkar Fractious was published to commemorate what would have been his 100th birthday. None of the writers refer to the giant and critical corpus of writing in English, not just about Savarkar, but about Tilak, the plague, the period of revolutionary nationalism, or for that matter, any of the now voluminous works of history about the time and the place. Savarkar himself gives us the reason why, as we have seen in the previous chapter. As early as 1910, he concluded that the general misunderstanding of Marathi history was due to the prevalence of histories written by Muslims and the British. He ignored these histories and wrote his in English to challenge them, as it were, on their own turf. On their own turf, okay? Not saying who cares what happens in the English language, who cares what the English scholars write, challenging them in their own turf. That is the game here. Thereafter, he literally paid no attention to the scholarly literature in English because only a native viewpoint, one rooted in Marathi sources, would do. In like fashion, this festschrift follows suit, reiterating Savarkar's greatness and ignoring any literature that might either challenge or complicate the canonic legend of Savarkar. Okay, the last section of this chapter. Memories of Savarkar, the Darshana Dakshina literature, the Stuti section, the Stuti kind of works. A few years before Savarkar died, though when he was already ill, Rajaram Lakshman Renavikar took it upon himself to collect the bits of wisdom, snatches of conversation, and stray comments that people who had met Savarkar in Maharashtra remembered. He compiled these memories into a short book titled Savarkara Yanchiya Athavani, Memories of Savarkar, published in Pune in 1962. In the preface, the editor Shivi Modak explains why, given all the existing works, this enterprise was necessary. He points out that Savarkar lived a vast, varied, and intellectually rich life, and the memories of him collected by Renavikar could add to the record and correct some of the misunderstandings about Savarkar. More importantly, the memories would demonstrate Savarkar's impact on people. Quote, through meeting Tatya Rao and hearing him speak on a number of subjects, the impact on people's minds and brains emerges as the memory of his darshana. End quote. Modak then apologizes for all the memories that could not be put in this short book. The portrait of Savarkar that emerges here is less varied or complex than one would have hoped. Numerous writers remark on his kindness and his generosity to strangers in distress, but most talk about his strict insistence that his fellow students study hard and know Indian history well. Or they remark on his calm demeanor and the fire that blazed within him, on his steadfastness, his abjuring of caste, his poverty, his persistent but polite challenge to the orthodox in the essentially conservative city of Ratnagiri. Challenging the orthodox in the conservative city of Ratnagiri. The authors refer to Savarkar as Tatya or Tatya Rava, a respectful term for an older male relation. He was the teacher, the guru, the older brother, the smartest in the room, the one who stoically bore travail. One of the memories collected in this book is from Shankar Narayan Moghe, who remembered Savarkar from their college days. In 1903, he tells us Savarkar liked to keep his associates close to him, caring for them to such an extent that when Moghe had a mild fever for a few days, Savarkar went out of his way to ensure that he had food. Quote, even after I got well, Tatya for many days took me to the college's Shivaji Club as someone's guest so that I could eat well. End quote. Savarkar was strict about punctuality and his associates' education, and Moghe describes a stern schoolmaster. Quote, Tatya was very strict about meetings starting on time. He was also insistent that everyone present at the meeting had to participate. He would quiz us about our schoolwork, the marks we got in our exams, our rank in class, and while doing this, he would also check whether we were exercising. End quote. For all his strictness, he never shamed his associates in public, always correcting them in private. Moghe recalls being thrown out of his house by his father for joining the revolutionary ranks. He describes bursting into tears telling Savarkar and being immediately invited to live with Savarkar in Nasik. Moghe was astonished that, quote, without even waiting for my acceptance, he bought me a ticket and took me to Nashik. In Nashik, Moghe writes, a group of men gathered around to chat with Savarkar, and in one of the rare instances in which Savarkar's wife is mentioned, Moghe wrote, quote, thinking he was alone, Tatya's wife would bring him a bowl of milk, but Tatya was a master. He called all of us children, and in each one's palm he placed 2 spoonfuls of milk, and then he would drink the rest. His wife would often get angry about this. End quote. Such acts of kindness had a profound impact on a young revolutionary aspirant thrown out of his house by his father. Moghe also remembers Savarkar making it a point to go to every small village in Nasik district in 1906 to instruct students for hours upon hours about history. K.G. Khare, a lawyer from Pune, was arrested for revolutionary activities as a young man, along with 38 other men. He was one of the 11 to be released and remembers, quote, my release letter started to be read at the time Savarkar, who was sitting beside me, told me that I had been released this time but cautioned me against being caught again. Dhokru Sathe couldn't quite remember the year, but it was around 1906 as he had just matriculated. He was traveling from Bombay to Pune and musing aloud about his future when he met Savarkar on the train and was advised to attend Deccan or Ferguson College and was given the names of young men already there who could help him. But what stood out was this, quote, that the main source of surprise for me was that Savarkar showed up the next day at my home. There were 2 other young men with him. He introduced them to me. He wanted to organize the youth of the country, and this was part of the effort. End quote. Jana Thatte from Indore was in the Baikula prison in Bombay serving a 3-year sentence related to the assassination of Nasik's collector. He heard that Savarkar had received a 50-year sentence in the Andamans. Believing that no one ever returned alive from the Andamans, Thatte persuaded the night warden to let him meet Savarkar, who was held in Baikula prior to being transported. Thatte recounts his surprise when he scaled the wall of his own cell and looked down into Savarkar's. Quote, I saw that Savarkar was waiting for me. On his body were the clothes of convicts, and his legs and arms were in chains. Savarkar came near the wall to talk with him, and in their 10-minute conversation reassured him that he was in the company of other martyrs and taught him a precis of an English poem. End quote. There are other prison reminiscences. In 1911, Rava Soman was a clerk in the prison in Thane from which prisoners were dispatched to the Andamans. His job allowed him to see prisoners even under strict watch, including Savarkar. Quote, in those days, Savarkar's attire, yellow cap, this is how we recognized a prison who was to be sent to the Andamans, a short kurta, shorts down to the knee, the fabric of such clothing was extremely rough. Both legs were chained. In exactly these clothes, 2 days before he went to the Andamans, his wife was allowed a brief visit. End quote. Someone could not hear their conversation, but he was clearly moved by what he saw. Other stories are similarly full of pathos. Ma Vilimaye remembers that upon Savarkar's release into house arrest in Ratnagiri, people's fear of the colonial government made it difficult for him to rent a house. 3 years after Savarkar's death, Shripu Gokhale published a book of memories. It is the most personal of the books I examine here as it offers intimate details about Savarkar's life. Gokhale recalls the first time he saw Savarkar. Quote, it was about 1 or 1:30 in the afternoon. The bungalow in which Savarkar was staying was from the entrance itself. We could see a fair gentleman in the middle of the room at the far end, half stooped and wrapped in smoothing the folds of his new and clean dhoti between the thumbs and forefingers of both hands over and over again. His hands were moving up and down on his dhoti, and so were the sinews, muscles on his hands. His filled out frame, his gold-edged spectacles, and his bald yet still appealing head, all of this filled our eyes. We tried to get a closer look, but someone came towards him and he lifted his head. End quote. This encounter brought Gokhale a moment of near euphoria. Quote, that we would see him like this in a completely informal way was not even in our dreams. Our happiness could not be contained. It soared to the sky. End quote. When Savarkar was released from his house arrest, Gokhale was determined to spend some time with him. Quote, on the morning of 31st December 1937 at Karnavati, I insistently presented myself to him, and from that day until the day he died, for what seems like more than 2 aeons, I was blessed to be with him on several occasions. I consider myself immensely fortunate. Meeting Savarkar was an impossible feat to accomplish, but my good luck was such that I was never turned back from his house. I was able even to travel with him on many occasions. End quote. Gokhale thus establishes the main element in the Darshana Dakshina account, meeting Savarkar and spending time with him. Gokhale's vision of the book was that it would be like works such as Conversations with Stalin or Conversations with Nehru, except in Marathi. He noted that he is not a representative of a political party or a journalist, and that his conversation with Savarkar was like that between a teacher and student, born out of, quote-unquote, an unrestrained and shrewd student's questions. I will point out a few of the personal details Gokhale offered his readers. Gokhale writes of Savarkar as someone always open to argument, never given to angry outbursts. Describing Savarkar as a man who lived simply, he gives his readers a picture of a day in Savarkar's life. Wow. Katya was not used to waking up early, nor did he like it very much. He worked primarily at night. He had 2 boiled eggs with his tea. He peeled the eggs with his own hands, and after removing the shell, he ate them seasoned with salt and chili powder. Sometimes he had glucose biscuits with his tea. He needed at least a cup and a half of tea. End quote. While Gokhale did not deviate much from the template for Savarkar's devotees, these homely details brought their idol into sharper focus. Quote, oh no, not quote. Gokhale describes Savarkar's morning rituals and preferences. Quote, the barber would come at about 10 a.m. He liked having himself shaved every day. He did not like people dropping by without giving prior notice. End quote. The details become more intimate. Quote, before his bath, he would rub coconut oil all over his body. While he was still healthy, he liked taking a bath in cold water. Tatya needed a lot of water for his bath. His style and trick of wearing his dhoti was very funny. To avoid getting caught in one of the loose folds of the dhoti, he would walk in a peculiar manner by twisting his right leg. For an onlooker, it was strangely endearing. Then he would enter his own room. He would sit in a chair next to the table in the lotus position. More than anything else, he loved Ratnagiri, Alfonso mangoes, and ice cream. He also liked fish. End quote. Gokhale also emphasized Savarkar's reclusiveness. Quote, he never stepped out of Savarkar Sadan. The funniest tale of all was that he could speak to an entranced audience of hundreds of thousands, but he was personally reserved and easily startled. When he went for a walk in the evening for exercise, if someone saw him, he quickly hid himself. End quote. There could be many reasons for Savarkar not wanting to be seen. He was, after all, in disrepute after 1948, given his association with Gandhi's assassin. In 1972, Shrira Vartak wrote Savarkaranchi Prabhavala, Savarkar's influence. Acha. So Savarkarer Prabhab, Savarkaranchi Prabhavala. Compared to the rest of the books in this section, it was unusually long, close to 160 pages. Hidden among other works, this first-hand account reveals the reach of Savarkar's influence, focusing on Savarkar's friends and associates and other Marathi revolutionaries. Some took over the running of Abhinav Bharat in Nasik. Others were fellow students in Ferguson College. Unintentionally, Vartak provides an ethnography of the heartland of Marathi Brahmin revolutionary activity, showing us why Savarkar was not allowed to live in Nashik upon his return from the Andamans and pointing us to the demographics of Marathi revolutionaries. It is full of names of unknown, unrecognized Marathi revolutionaries. Patankar, Karve, Deshpande, Joshi, Soman, Khare, Marathe, Apte, Bhatt, Gore, Nagpurkar, Moghe, almost all upper caste, not all of them wealthy, many of whom were executed by the British. As mentioned, the Darshana Dakshina literature is filled with rage about Savarkar's mistreatment and misrecognition in the nationalist mainstream, and these men received even less recognition. While undervalued, Savarkar is still known, and he therefore stands in for a lost generation of revolutionary nationalists, all of whom, they insist, were sidelined by Gandhi. Yes, Abhinav. And Abhinav is saying, can you imagine how much they've tried back then to make Savarkar acceptable in every household, selling books door to door for just 2 rupees? Is happening now after so many years. It took so long. Yeah. One such lost nationalist was Govind Pandurang Bapat, who published his own autobiography in 1972. Bapat recounts his memories simply, without rhetorical flourish, but gives the reader a clear sense of the atmosphere in Maharashtra when he was a young revolutionary. Bapat knew much more than Savarkar about bomb making and guns, and his book offers an informative autoethnography of the revolutionary nationalist period in Maharashtra. The most important element of the book, however, is the surprise and incredulity of revolutionaries who came out of prison to realize that what they had believed, that only armed struggle would free India from the British, had all but disappeared. Anti-colonial nationalism was now voiced in the language of Gandhi and non-violence, which was all very well in the end, but what of their sacrifice, their hardship? The tide seemed to have turned with astonishing speed, rendering their efforts valueless, dismissed and reviled by the Mahatma, who was on his way to copywriting Indian anti-colonial nationalism. Oh, brilliant use of words by Janaki Bakhle herself. The shock of such a betrayal, this is called good steelmanning of the opponent's arguments. The shock of such a betrayal must have been profound, and Bapat recounts that Tilak told him to work from the outside and stay out of anti-colonial struggles altogether. Any thanks men like Bapat got came from Savarkar, not Gandhi. Bapat did not follow Tilak's advice to cease and desist, detonating a bomb here and there, but the damage was done. He gives us a sense of Marathi men from Goa to Ratnagiri who joined the revolutionary movement only to be arrested or forced to leave the country. Only Savarkar and Tilak commemorated them. The main voices of nationalist history forgot them. Despite that, Bapat is exceedingly generous. India did not get her freedom because of armed struggle, he concedes, but because of nationalists like Gandhi. And because of them, he notes, revolutionaries like him now have at least some mention in history's memory. But he also notes how difficult the colonial police made it for him to get a job after he was released, how he went nearly blind in both eyes and had to rely on someone to read and write for him. Still, if he were not to get his due, at least Savarkar would. A few years after Bapat's book, A.G. Salvi, a primary school teacher in the police headquarters school in Ratnagiri and a municipal officer, wrote a book made up of numbered vignettes about Savarkar. Salvi was known as Guruji, spiritual teacher, or Shikshak, educator, rather than by the English word master that was typically used for teachers. He recalled the movement for the purification of the Marathi language, Bhasha Shuddhi, that Savarkar was passionate about. A number of the words that were to be boycotted came from either Persian or Arabic, such as Asmana, Jameen, Jaba Badari, responsibility, Kayam, Zarur. But they also came from English, such as circular, searchlight, typewriter, paragraph, and Savarkar had suggested replacements for each of them, such as Paripatra. So circular is Paripatra, searchlight is Shodha Jota, typewriter is Tanka Lekhak, paragraph is Chedak. As a result, Savarkar introduced into Marathi a host of Sanskritic neologisms, many of which are now commonplace in India, exactly, such as Akashvani, sound from the skies for radio transmission, that was Savarkar's coinage. Salvi gives readers a textured description of Ratnagiri that was simultaneously fascinated with Savarkar, intimidated by him, and terrified of colonial reprisals. In the third vignette, Salvi tells us, quote, when Savarkar walked back from the city, people would regard him with respect. They would gesture to one another and ask, is this the same Savarkar, the one whom was in the Andamans, the one who in the flower of his youth underwent so many trials for the country? Educated, uneducated people would, with respect, but also awe watch him. Wherever he sat, people would gather to listen to his views on the purification of language, self-rule, and reconversion and abolition of untouchability. Tatya would personally meet everyone, speaking to them without airs, like he was speaking to a close friend. Such was his manner. If he met someone once, he would remember them and ask after them. He had immense ability to remember. A footnote says that from Swatantravir Savarkarancha Sahavasat, Salvi's work, other neologisms such as Duradhvani for telephone, okay, Duradhvani. Durbhash is now used in Bengali. Or Vidhigya in lieu of Vakila, okay, so lawyer, Vidhignya, not Vakil, have not caught on. It is worth noting that if one removed all Arabic and Persian from Marathi, it would be impossible to speak or pronounce it. Salvi remembered with awe Savarkar's point that R is written 3 different ways. It should be written just in this one fashion. Even when he thought of big issues like politics or social reform, he would also think of such minute details. Such was his omnipotent intelligence, which one finds in very few people. He would tell it to us and tell us and tell us to tell it to others. This is Salvi saying. Avinab, how long have you been listening to this stream today? Because I had been concluding kind of in my mind that Savarkar must have read Nietzsche. His worldview was very, very Nietzschean. About an hour or so back, we got confirmation. Janaki Bakhle directly mentioned that he in fact was a huge fan of Nietzsche. Okay. He in fact even used the word Ubermensch for a particular kind of people. Let me see if I can find that spot again. I was very, very thrilled. Wait. Yeah. His quote was, this is Savarkar himself saying that, I used to show that revolutionaries who were willing for the sake of independence and to protect people to take a vow had the courage to fulfill it were the Ubermensch, the supermen of society. The procreation from such outstanding seed for the betterment of society was of prime importance. And Rao Sahib Kasbe, a historian, suggests that Savarkar was familiar with the works of Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, Hegel, Spencer, Herbert Spencer, but the influence of Darwin and Nietzsche on his thinking was profound. This is so nice. This is so good to find out and have a confirmation on. Yeah, let's read some comments. What is Abhinav saying? Yeah, that is why I was saying when some days back a viewer was asking that which will be more popular in the future, Savarkar's vision or Ambedkarism. I said that if it's not a question about which is better, if it's just about popularity, then Ambedkarism will be popular because Ambedkarism is about cribbing. Ambedkarism is about complaining. Savarkarism would be about some personal responsibility and stuff. That's tougher. Ram Ram Rishabh, make sure to check out our live stream from the beginning today. And if not, at least rewind just 5 minutes back because we discussed Nietzsche's influence on Savarkar. Abhinav is saying he asked people to be mentally and physically strong and asked people to become an absolute river of knowledge. Too much to ask in the age of Gandhian socialism. Yes. Buddha is saying ye to chule hi jache. Yes. Somehow I haven't been receiving notifications of it. We are nearing the end of the book, basically. That's why I'm finishing it. Okay, let's continue. Where were we? Yeah, he had immense ability to remember. Such was his manner. If he met someone once, he would remember them and ask after them. He had immense ability to remember. End quote. The admiration for Savarkar's prodigious memory was complemented by a stunned appreciation of Savarkar's rationality and emotionlessness, such as the depiction of May 1937 when Savarkar's infant child died. Quote, the infant was barely 3 to 4 months old when it died. It was the afternoon. Savarkar's wife, Mai was grief-stricken, sitting next to the corpse. As soon we heard Madhavrao Patkar, Dr. Shinde, Savant, teacher. In the raging heat of the afternoon, we went to their house. What do we see but Tatya calmly engrossed in his work? We were stunned. He asked us why we had come in such blazing heat. He seemed a little angry. Yes, the child has died. This is true. We did our best. We were unsuccessful. Go home, go eat, go rest, and come at 4 p.m. in the evening. Shit. End quote. Salvi notes as an addendum to this description, quote, Savarkar had encountered death firsthand, welcomed it even. So in such a situation, he was unlikely to be downcast. End quote. Though Salvi was an educator, he compared himself self-deprecatingly to Savarkar, quote, our intellect was not so far-reaching as to pay attention to the future. In Shraddhanand, Kesri, Balwant, Satyashodhak, and even some Hindi weeklies, his articles would appear. Even though we sat next to him and could hear his speeches, I still regret not writing them down. End quote. For Salvi, Savarkar was a godlike figure, and he was grateful that Savarkar disseminated his wisdom throughout Maharashtra. Salvi described Savarkar's speeches as like a quote-unquote, quote, a bullet shot from a cannon which penetrated the audience's deepest interiority, end quote. In a section entitled, quote, Are Majhi Vyakhyane Kunitari Lihuna Theva. Hello, someone please write down my speeches. Are. He remembers Savarkar instructing him to record everything he said, all his speeches long and short, because they would come in handy in the future. Salvi confesses modestly that, quote, we knew of the Manusmriti as Yagyavalkya Smriti, but what was inside its pages, who knew? Tatya Rao, when he explained the Manusmriti, focused on a comparison between then and now, between what was appropriate in the past and what is incorrect about the maintenance of such views in the present, and in this manner, his lessons were always relevant. Comparative analysis, guys. Good Lord, thank you for joining, but remember to check out this whole episode from the beginning, if not at least a rewind from 10 minutes prior, because I pointed out that there was in fact a huge influence of Nietzsche on Savarkar, which I had been guessing and kind of concluded in my mind in the last few months, ever since I got into reading a bunch of Nietzsche. Today I got the confirmation. I end this Darshana Dakshina section with a few final examples. Nasa Bapat, who belonged to Savarkar's secret society as a young student in Ratnagiri, reflected on his memories of Savarkar. Bapat's text begins with the temple established by Savarkar, Patit Pavan Mandir, built by Bhagoji Seth Keer, and its activities and his memories of Savarkar's lectures, classes, and encouragement of young people. The text bristles with anger that Savarkar is so misunderstood and ignored by the Karantya, or good-for-nothing people who doubt his nationalism, revolutionary consistency, and zeal, misunderstand the manner in which he conducted politics while in Ratnagiri, and failed to understand that everything he said and did was political and nationalist. Bapat chiefly celebrates Savarkar's militarization policy. Without Savarkar, Bapat insists there would not have been an Indian army, navy, or air force. This is not quite true, since many other nationalists pushed for a strong military. Bapat continually challenges Gandhi's non-violence and hold over mainstream nationalists, comparing him unfavorably to Savarkar, the unrevolutionary, the unrevolutionary, the man who read about revolutionaries, thought constantly of revolution, knew and admired revolutionaries, and was admired by them. To rebut the claim that Savarkar was an armchair revolutionary, Bapat claims that Savarkar had stains of pitric acid used in bomb making on his hands when he went to the British Library. Bapat's indignation about matters omitted in Indian history books suffuses the narration. The blacklisting of Savarkar was an outrage not just to a noble man but to the entire region. Savarkar even wore a Gandhi topi on occasion, Bapat says, so one should not ostracize a man who was so much a part of the nationalist mainstream. Savarkar met Gandhi. Bose took advice from him. Ambedkar met him. Every major nationalist respected him. Yet here in modern India, he is shunned. Bapat also mentions that Savarkar was friends with Comrade Meher Ali, debunking his implication in the false charges of Savarkar's anti-Muslimness. He concluded that, quote, only those who have actually engaged in secret revolutionary work can understand the betrayals and troubles, end quote. In the same year, from Nagpur, Gangadhar Jadhav published Jai Jai Mrityunjaya Savarkar, Hail to Immortal Savarkar. I close this section with a translation of a few verses of one of the poems. Hindusthanacham Bhagya Ghadava Ho. Let Hindustan's good fortune become real. Quote, the poem is, the section of the poem says, set aside the divides of caste, the divides of religion, sect, the divides of party disputes, in one move come together undivided. Veer Vinayak's virtues, having installed them in my heart and mind, I sing with pride in this assembly, epitome of service to the nation. Understand your duty with the brilliance of national service. Become warriors and secure the good fate of Hindustan. If I ever become an MP, I am singing this in my, reciting this in my swearing-in ceremony, guys. These writers and poets, these unnoticed and hidden scribes of Savarkar's and India's history, composed and continue composing the works that circulate through the Savarkar Smarak with its imposing presence in Shivaji Park in Mumbai. Bapat, Salvi, Dugal, Vartak, Badwe, Shidore, Athavale, 70-odd old revolutionaries who sent in their memories for a collective history, and at least 80 other writers. They pay no attention to historians like me. They write with the confidence that comes with the immediacy of their own experience. Their books are not taught, cited, or referred to, but they are read. And all of them are influenced by Savarkar's touch, glance, advice, or some other talismanic exchange. Those chance encounters were enough for each of them to pick up their pen, join the demotic gathering of scribes, and engage in the quintessentially Savarkarite project of inculcating a national consciousness in the non-urban communities of village and small-town Maharashtra. Now, the conclusion of this chapter, okay? Good Lord, we can't really say Savarkar was a Stoic because Savarkar was more of a Nietzschean, and Nietzsche had huge criticisms of Stoicism. Someday we will get into it. I have now moved on from Stoicism. I don't like Stoicism anymore. Stoicism is a cope, according to me, according to many Nietzsche's even. In 1948, Savarkar turned 60. Known as the Shashti, the 60th birthday of a Savarna Hindu male is a watershed moment, a time to look back at one's achievements and perhaps think about moving on to the next stage. It is a moment of making peace with what one has accomplished. Savarkar's 60th birthday coincided with a particularly intense moment in India's history, coming just after Gandhi's assassination by one of Savarkar's associates. Savarkar's Shashti was marked therefore by a dual failure. The failure to be martyred for the nation, a desire he expressed over decades across many literary forms, and the failure of becoming known as the assassin of the father of the nation rather than the founder of the nation himself. This last brought complete ostracization and drove Savarkar into virtual isolation for the rest of his life. Gandhi was the subject of biographies of journalists of world repute, from William Shirer and Louis Fisher to Joseph Lelyveld and Ramchandra Guha more recently, as well as countless historians and scholars. Savarkar was memorialized almost exclusively within India, in Indian languages, and until recently, with very little notice beyond a small Marathi reading public. But there is a homage to Savarkar architecturally enshrined in the part of Bombay known as Shivaji Park, where Savarkar lived after independence. A large and imposing building fronts a street named for him. Once Cadell Road, it is now Swatantra Veer Savarkar Marg, VS Marg for short. On this road sits the Swatantra Veer Savarkar Smarak, Savarkar Memorial Building, which opened to the public in 1989. The Savarkar Smarak is privately funded. Although registered with the Maharashtra government as an agency, it does not receive any state or central funding or have a university affiliation. The large campus called the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, NMML, in New Delhi, by contrast, contains 4 complexes, including a planetarium, and is one of the major research centers in India. See, Janaki Bakhle is being so honest. Her personal views on Savarkar are fucking irrelevant. What's relevant and important, why this book is absolutely fucking awesome, why it must be read, is because of her honesty and rigor, academic rigor, her best attempts at steelmanning the opposite side of our arguments. Okay, see how much she is pointing out, how sympathetic she is at the moment, that yes, Savarkar has been in fact been unfairly treated. In Bombay, the Mani Bhavan Gandhi Sangrahalaya houses a reference library with all of Gandhi's papers and memorabilia, all of his writings, a collection of photographs, and about 50,000 books and periodicals. And she knows this because she had to do thrice the legwork for writing a biography of Savarkar, which others don't have to, those who write biographies of Gandhi and Nehru, because there's so much abundant, easily accessible information. Mani Bhavan is associated with the University of Bombay, which offers doctoral degrees in Gandhian thought and rural development. Look at this hot shit. The two memorials compete in the same city for recognition, reproducing the old tensions between Gandhi and Savarkar, with Savarkar no longer the overlooked underdog. While Gandhi's and Nehru's respective museums and research sites have their place in India's intellectual and pilgrimage milieus, the monumental self-presentation of Savarkar Smarak appears a little forlorn. Yet it is far from empty. Its activities reveal the role Savarkar plays in the Marathi imagination and testify to his steady and persistent mythologizing by himself and by the many followers who have taken his lead and often his words. Last chapter is the conclusion of the entire book. Let me check the comments a bit and give my voice a little rest, and now we'll finish the book. Abhinav is saying his house was raided repeatedly, all this forward because of a cowardly person. Janaki Bakhle points out in the very beginning of the book that he was under surveillance ever since he was 16 years old. So the Mafinama argument does not apply to Savarkar at all. Janaki Bakhle corrects this, debunks that. Okay. Final leg of the book. Conclusion. Savarkar died in isolation on February 26, 1966. A few weeks earlier, despite his daughter's urging, he had refused food, water, and medication, leaving this world of his own accord and choosing. Coming 2 years after Nehru's death, his own caused no major ripples in an India that had no place for a person who had been so tainted by his association with the assassination of the father of the nation, Gandhi. Not everyone, however, failed to notice Savarkar's passing. The year after his death, Govind Swami Bakhle, a noted singer of Kirtan, a form of devotional singing that combines a spiritual message with a social one, composed and published a gatha, mini epic poem called Savarkar Gatha, the cost of which was a mere 50 paise, for all practical intents and purposes to be given away freely. Bakhle in his preface wrote that he was not writing a biography of Savarkar but was setting to verse a few select events in his life that would thrill the hearts of his listeners. This type of accolade reflects some of what I have been tracing in this book. Some tunes he wrote are from the Gita Ramayana, and on some occasions there is a similarity with the Ramayana. For that reason, I initially thought of calling these poems Gita Savarkarayana, as he put it. As he put it, quote, Swatantra Veer Savarkar's character is the Bhagavad Gita of freedom upliftment. It is a series of climaxes of many emotions such as strength, sacrifice, sorrow, ridicule, appreciation, honor, courage, contempt, despair. End quote. The Marathi Kirtankar saw both of Hindu India's two major epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, as the appropriate comparisons for his account of Savarkar's heroic life. Within a year of his death, in fact, Savarkar was in the process of being deified. I quote just three couplets from Aphale's memorable Gatha by way of illustration. Quote, these are some lines from what's his name? Aphale's poem, Kirtan. I tell the story of the travails of Vinayak Savarkara. Blessed be that Bhagur village, that neighbors Nashik, for there was born Lord Savarkara, the protector of the Hindus. Nashik and Panchavati belong to Rama and Janaki, the extent of the power and tradition of Hindu identity. Upon his very birth, this his very first shout, so was born Prabhu Savarkara, the protector of the Hindus. End quote. In Maharashtra, only two figures, leaving aside Gandhi, are enshrined like this, Savarkar and B.R. Ambedkar. Both are national as well as regional icons. Both have been deified by their followers. And both are enshrined, coincidentally, on the same Veer Savarkar Marg in the neighborhood known as Shivaji Park. Oh, what a poignant turn of history that it's Shivaji Park which houses both these significant men who had opposing views of each other. Founded in 1989 on the anniversary of his birth, it is called the Swatantriya Savarkar Rashtriya Smarak Savarkar Memorial Building. A large and high stage-like platform looks out over passing drivers who, if they turned their heads to look, would see an imposing statue of Savarkar seated on a chair as if he was rising from it, with his arm raised as if to make a point to them as they go by. Behind the statue, there is an artistic mural in the shape of a large halo painted by a well-known Marathi artist depicting Mother India being protected by her numerous nationalist sons. The building that houses the library, the gymnasium, and the conference center, as well as the offices of the secretary of the society, is behind the mural and statue. The Smarak remains true to Savarkar's mottos: physical fitness for all Hindus, men and women, self-arming through the learning of the use of weaponry, and pride in being Hindu. You see why libertarianism and Hindutva 2.0 must go hand in hand. And I'm saying Hindutva 2.0 only because Hindutva 1.0 has been hijacked by commies and socialists. Hindutva 2.0 is getting back to the real Hindutva that Savarkar intended. Savarkar's motto. ये तो underline करना होगा, all those jokers who criticize us for this. Savarkar's motto, lo. Yeah, make Hindutva great again, basically. Make Hindutva even Hindutva again. Physical fitness for all Hindus, men and women, self-arming through the learning of the use of weaponry and pride in being Hindu. I went to this Smarak many times over a period of 10 years. Initially, I did not think there was much to find there. What could one find in a national commemorative building other than commemorative materials? The small room that is the library had a few Godrej steel cupboards, all of them containing books. I got to know the librarian, chatting with him as I did about the weather, how hot and muggy Bombay was, while gaining his sympathy for the fact that my father, whose apartment was just a few blocks to the north, had contracted ALS. You all know that disease, right? Lou Gehrig's disease. Over the months, as I kept returning, he began to let me remove books from the library and take them home to photocopy. I mentioned in passing that it was possible that my personal views did not always dovetail with Savarkar's. I was a bit vague on the subject, to which his response was simple. It doesn't matter. You are reading Savarkar. See, these are the people who truly get Savarkar, who truly understand Savarkar. It doesn't matter whether you agree with Savarkar or not, as long as you are reading Savarkar to the fullest, at least, according to me. There was never a crowd at the Smarak. People came and went, but not in large numbers. Outside of Maharashtra, Savarkar had seemed to fade into obscurity after Gandhi's assassination. even as his writings remained a steady influence on the anti-Nehru Gandhi right wing. However, Savarkar was resurrected locally and nationally in the 1990s, just as the Smarak was founded, and his vision has roared back into such prominence that one wonders if he really was ever that obscure a figure. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India since 2014 and leader of the BJP, claims that Savarkar is his muse, his greatest influence, his guiding star, whom he doesn't mention on a podcast, on one of the biggest podcasts in the history of mankind. As Hindu fundamentalism began to assert its political power in India, especially regarding the agitation around the idea that a mosque had been built over a temple in Ayodhya that culminated with a march and attack on the mosque in 1992, Savarkar began to eclipse Gandhi and Nehru as the most influential nationalist thinker for modern India, the touchstone for rising nationalist pride in Hinduism, and the growing rejection both of secularism and place of Muslims as a respected minority. The current BJP-led Indian government is ever alert to any attacks against perceived quote-unquote Hinduphobia, intolerant of Muslims, and bellicose towards Pakistan. It is now altering school curricula and watching to ensure that nothing critical of Hindus, Hinduism, or Hindutva can be expressed by journalists and scholars. How did this happen? How did the Gandhi-Nehru vision of secularism, Sarvadharma, Samabhava, or equal respect for all faiths disappear, and Savarkar's dread secularism, live with us but always in fear, and ultranationalism take its place so quickly? These are questions that are critical as well to Maharashtra, which prided itself on its social and political progressivism, Purogamitva. The rapidity with which Savarkarite ideology was resurrected and reclaimed the political landscape of modern India begs the question of whether it had been seeded earlier, quietly fertilized and nurtured so that at the appropriate moment it would burst on the scene fully grown, mature, and worked through. What was that seeding? I went repeatedly to the Smarak to try and find out. In the Smarak's library, none of the books and articles I was familiar with in English by authors like Aparna Devare, Parimala Rao, Charu Gupta, Thomas Hansen, Christoph Jaffrello, or Ashish Nandi, among others, were to be found. Instead, the cupboards consisted of Marathi books, many of which have figured prominently in the chapters of this book. These books proved indispensable in analyzing how Savarkar was and continues to be understood in his native state of Maharashtra and what he exemplifies. In many of the Marathi works I read, poverty is narrated as if it is the basis for Brahmin pride. Historically, Marathi Brahmins are not like the Bengali Brahmin zamindars who owned land and large havelis. In Maharashtra, the models are Ram Shastri Prabhune, an upright and honest man who found Raghoba Peshwa guilty of murdering his nephew, whose wife changed the dha in dhara to ma in the royal order, thereby turning the word hold dhara into kill, mara. Wow. Sudama, the poor Brahmin, Shravan, the young man who looked after his blind parents, the ostracized Brahmin son of a sannyasi who wrote the Dhyaneshwari and could make a bull recite the Vedas. To this list, thanks to the Marathi corpus about him, we might now add Savarkar, as a heterodox Brahmin who underwent untold suffering for his patriotism, suffered numerous personal tragedies, and was beleaguered by British colonial administrators and Indian National Congress politicians alike, misunderstood and neglected till the bitter end. The Marathi corpus also makes clear that many of the very traits that rendered him anathema to secular Indians also turn him into a hero for others. This is because there is a constitutive contradiction at the heart of Savarkar. If it were at all possible to simply ignore or set aside as one part of his oeuvre, his ideology, his politics, and his writings about Muslims, then there would be little about him that we might find difficult to accept or objectionable, unless, of course, we were Orthodox and devout Sanatani Hindus, in which case he would be utterly repellent. See, she's pointing out that Sanatani, devout Orthodox Hindus would be actually repelled by Savarkar. Genius, I'll have to underline this. But there is virtually no work of Savarkar's that is not either overtly or covertly linked to Muslims. In that sense, regardless of subject or genre, Savarkar wrote primarily about Muslims. But it is precisely that delinked kaleidoscopic gaze that allows Savarkar to be read piecemeal, to focus on his humorous and indeed biting attacks on the orthodoxy, or be astonished at his erudition or awed at his early embrace of technology rather than solely focusing on his anti-Muslim vitriol. My attempt has been to show the linkages and suggest that we get a very different picture if we keep turning the kaleidoscope rather than allowing it to stay within one frame. Beautifully said, beautifully said. Think of a kaleidoscope and you keep turning it and you get a different shade of Savarkar. This is what a good critical analysis sounds like, guys. This is what a trained historian is supposed to write like. This is why we fucking fund liberal arts education and social science. This is the job. But how many academics are there? Now, she is after all the wife of Nicholas Dirks. So, you see, this is at least expected of her. In reading Savarkar, I came to realize that his chief mode of expression was either poetry or poetic polemic. The invoking of the image of nation through poetry was common to many regional formations in languages such as Bengali, Hindi, and Tamil, for instance. Invoking the nation through poetry, making loyalty to territory emotionally powerful as Savarkar did, was not what made him unique. Excuse me. What sets him apart from other nationalists is that he combined in the same person the revolutionary, poet, novelist, playwright, historian, caste reformer, and political leader of the nation. His historical writings have traveled outside the region and have the largest circulation of any of his writings, not least because he offered a history of the Hindu state in a language not of failure but success. Okay, his historical writings have traveled outside the region and have the largest circulation of any of his writings, not least because he offered a history of the Hindu state in a language not of failure but success. Unwilling to cede any ground to anyone, not history to historians or caste reform to reformers. कोई भी चीज किसी के बाप का property नहीं है. Savarkar's hubris was as extraordinary as his versatility and range. A true Nietzschean, I would say. His use of different genres and facility with different personas also gives us some insight into why he was such an effective communicator. While he certainly gave vent to intemperate polemics, the numerous genres that he tried his hand at also won him consent, a major element in constructing an anti-colonial, anti-hegemonic point of view. The transformation of that sensibility into the present is one of the most effective transformations/deformations of a minoritarian outlook into a majoritarian/authoritarian one. Oh, she at least admits that we had a minoritarian view up until now in India. Beautiful. Within Maharashtra, Savarkar has remained an important and inspirational poet, and specific poems and verses of his have become iconic. Yeah, like Sagara Prana Talamalala. Sagara Prana Talamalala. He transcended the region, however, not through his poetry, but through his political writings. Many of those were translated, but not his other writings on caste, on poetry, or on the Manusmriti. All of this literature, Savarkar's own writings, his poetry, as well as the literature on him in Marathi, is difficult to classify as familiar genres for scholarly analysis. For starters, most of the material I found in the Smarak is not available in academic libraries. Much of it can be found in community-based libraries or libraries set up by memorial centers. Many of the necessary questions about the reach of the literature remain difficult to answer. How many copies were published? Who bought them? How were they distributed? Who read them? There are certainly no reviews of such works, although the reading public that is devoted to learning about Savarkar knows all these books quite well. We might dismiss the works with the claim that vanity publishing that yields at most 200 to 2000 copies distributed by and within the cognoscent is not worth paying attention to, but without these little tracts, the seeding of Hindutva and the dissemination of Savarkar as the exemplary Hindu would not have succeeded. Okay, a huge footnote which we'll have to read. Oh wait, she's saying, I am grateful to Partho Chatterjee for pointing this out. Partho Chatterjee is a legendary Bengali sociologist, okay? For which sentence is she saying this? Wait, I'll check this out once again. I missed the citation. Yeah. Oh, okay, that he was a novelist, playwright, historian, caste reformer, etc. Okay, now the big footnote says, in 1990, a small book titled Mi Pahilile Savarkar, Gianni Savarkarana Pahile Ahe Asa Namvant Savarkar Bhaktanchya Athavani, meaning the Savarkar that I saw, Recollections of Savarkar devotees who had seen Savarkar, was published that brought together recollections of Savarkar from more than 100 men from across Maharashtra. These men hailed from Pune, Ratnagiri, Nashik, Sangli, Belgaon, Satara, Kadhad, Nanded, Nagpur, Yavatmal, Solapur, Wardha. It is a different group than the ones referred to in the previous chapter, but the last names are still Brahmin or otherwise upper caste last names. Dikshit, Natu, Joshi, Kolhatkar, Satvalekar, Ranade, Pathak, Phadke, Limaye, Ghate, Kulkarni, etc. Bhatt, Me Pahilile, this is from Me Pahilile Savarkar, Anukramanika, table of contents. Okay. Who cares about that? Many of these Marathi books also offer this list of quote unquote firsts about Savarkar. First student to take a vow, a pratigya at such a young age. First student whose degree, BA, was retrospectively taken away for his activities. First student ever to hold a bonfire of foreign cloth. First nationalist writer of the 1857 rebellion. First nationalist to make a national flag. First Indian nationalist to have a book banned before it was published. First Indian nationalist to receive 2 life terms in prison. First Indian prisoner to receive no pen or paper but managed to carve poetry on his prison wall with his broken tooth. First Indian nationalist to actively propose militarization of Hindus and the state. First nationalist revolutionary who ended his life by Atmarpana, refusing medicine, then food, then water. Oh, what a section. I'll have to underline all this. In Marathi, in other words, there was a different Savarkar to be had than just the one who had written Essentials of Hindutva or Blessed Nathuram Godse. But what remained constant, whether in English or in Marathi, were 2 things. First, his virulent attacks on Muslims, and second, his connection to and preoccupation with the figure of Gandhi. On a spectrum of political ideas, aspirations, principles as they related to peaceful coexistence and non-violence, we would find Gandhi on one end and Savarkar on the other. And yet Savarkar and Gandhi were in some kind of strange, if discordant, synchrony with each other. Interlocutors and antagonists all their lives. Symbols of a kind of assertive Indian nationalism that attained modern power while drawing heavily from the wealth of upper caste Indian tradition and precept. This emerges clearly when we look at their personal trajectories, their investments into a quote-unquote Hindu style of governance, their heroes both in India and abroad, their convictions that for India to be freed of colonial rule, it had to turn inward, that Indians had to reconnect with their own cultures and languages, so dismissed by 200 years of colonial contempt, and return to the villages and small towns rather than focusing on urban centers that were, according to them, enthralled to a colonized lifestyle. So the similarities of Gandhi and Savarkar being discussed here. Neither Gandhi nor Savarkar had any interest in the scholarly discipline of history, let alone what practitioners from within that discipline were producing. Gandhi became a world historical figure, heralded by countless acolytes from outside India, even as he was seen as an inspiration for all Indian nationalists. To a limited extent and solely within India, this was true of Savarkar as well. If we look at the list of nationalists who made it a point to visit Savarkar while in Ratnagiri, from B.R. Ambedkar to Bhagat Singh and Rajguru, Bhai Parmanand, Yusuf Mehrali, Sikandar Hayat Khan, and Senapati Bapat. After his release, when he moved to Bombay, he was visited as well by figures such as M.N. Roy, founder of the Indian Communist Party, and Tarkatirtha Lakshman Shastri Joshi. And our Dalit scholar Dr. Malay Patla was saying, who has written a Bengali book on Savarkar, that when M.N. Roy went to meet Savarkar, he wore fully Indian clothes, full dhoti, kurta and stuff. And Savarkar's wife asked him that, you, M.N. Babu, you always wear Western clothes. Today, all of a sudden, out of the blue, why? Everyone was surprised to see him in Indian clothes. Okay. He said that, I might be a communist now, but the initial inspiration for me becoming a revolutionary was Veer Savarkar. So just to, as a mark of respect for him, I'm wearing Indian clothes while meeting him. M.N. Roy, by the way, non-Bengalis who all don't know, is the founder of the Communist Party in Mexico. He was later killed by Stalin. No, I'm mixing him up with Aboni Mukherjee. Did M.N. Roy get killed by Soviets? Can anyone confirm? Savarkar, who wanted to be a world historical figure and proclaimed himself one, was obsessed with history. He had a rather straightforward and instrumental understanding of history as the vital tool for generating a national community. He believed it was necessary to germinate a historical consciousness to develop a real commitment to the nation. No time should be wasted on knowledge for knowledge's sake or the study of any discipline, be it history, geography, poetry, art, literature, unless it was in the service of developing a national consciousness. This one-themed history would be as monotonous and repetitive as an endlessly dripping faucet, but it was one of the seeds of Hindutva and extraordinarily effective in fixing in place a particular understanding of Indian history. Yeah, M.N. Roy was roaming about in entire Latin America, and yes, he was a Bengali Roy, and he is the founder of the Communist Party of Mexico. The stakes for Savarkar to rewrite Indian history from the point of view of the oppressed may seem like a counter-Hegelian project. However, civilization qua civilization interested Savarkar not in the least. He certainly wished to see Indian history as a vital part of the pantheon of other national histories, but he had no genuine interest in India's civilizational glory, as did so many other historians, whether they found it in the antiquity of Gupta and Pallava period architectural splendor or in Chola period lost wax bronze making, and certainly not in the spectacularly glorious Mughal architecture, whether the Taj Mahal or the Agra Fort. He knew and appreciated the Sanskrit literary tradition, but India's architecture, art, sculpture held only a passing interest for him, given his blinkered focus on nationhood. His sole interest was in ensuring that only Hindus proud of their history should write it, engaging in critique under the necessary condition that it specifically serve the greater cause of the Hindu nation. Gandhi had even less interest in India's material history, though he drew inspiration from its epics and traditions and used the civilizational plaudits of Western Orientalists to assert equality, if not superiority, over the West. Both he and Savarkar owed much to their hero Bal Gangadhar Tilak, and like him, they turned their activist gaze back into India's past to search for tools for her future liberation. Gandhi returned to the Ramayana, in whose protagonist's ideal rule he would find an ethical polity in an organic idiom, with himself as the messenger or a harbinger of potential good news, the coming of Ram Rajya. By contrast, the historical move generated by Savarkar produced no idealized ethical governance but an aggressive and subjunctively tolerant ethnic Hindu as the true rulers of the Indian subcontinent, such as, okay, see which one is preferable? An aggressive, subjunctively tolerant ethnic Hindu as the true subject of Indian national history. The nation is beholden to past kings and rulers of the Indian subcontinent, such as Chandragupta Maurya and his wily minister Chanakya from the 3rd century BCE, all the way through Chhatrapati Shivaji of the late 17th century. But while the historical as a modality for Savarkar was always national, he could also be as baldly historicist as the Rankian of scholars, noting in a vastly different reading of the Ramayana from Gandhi's and even his own SGE that the idiocy of a literal reading of it produced a monkey-worshipping citizenry. Yes, that's what Savarkar used to say. Like Gandhi, Savarkar would also assume that in his fragmented autobiographical person lay the correct body of India, politically Hindu, opportunistically secular, generally agnostic, and sentimentally religious all at once. But while Gandhi is either now ignored or even disdained for his perceived sympathies with caste hierarchy, Savarkar's philosophy seems to have a little bit of something for everyone, except that is for Muslims. In other words, there is a preferred kaleidoscopic setting for everyone as long as one does. Preferred kaleidoscopic setting. What brilliant choice of words. Beautiful writing skills. Aha. There is a preferred kaleidoscopic setting for everyone. What beautiful imagery and metaphors. There is a preferred kaleidoscopic setting for everyone as long as one does not look too closely at the dark parts. If you ignore his polemical scorn for Muslims, he comes across as a progressive, satirical, polemical, and outrageous critic of casteism and a proud Hindu imperialist. Put his anti-Muslim views back into the picture and they overwhelm and undermine his progressivism, but all the while ignoring Ambedkar's work against Muslims. Yet again, if you ignored what he wrote about Muslims, radicals would find much to agree with in his critique of liberal policies. Conservatives would find much to agree with in his circling of the Hindu wagons and valorization of Sanskrit. Anti-caste reformers would find solace in his arguments against caste Hindus and Banaras Brahmins poring over the Vedas. Moderns could sympathize with his claims for national history, and modern anti-moderns would sympathize with his rejection of the West. Oh, Furthermore, it allowed for a comfortable accommodation of otherwise irreconcilable contradictions. Read piecemeal as a poet or as a critic of caste, Savarkar comes across in such a way that Gandhi, his main enemy, seems the reactionary, the conservative, even the Hindu fundamentalist, given that his point of departure was to return India to a Ramrajya rather than create a strong and even militant modern nation. And today's fuckers want to quote unquote revive martial arts instead of learning MMA because MMA does not have a Sanskrit name. Okay. So, see, Gandhi won, even in the minds of goddamn Hindutvadis. So far, I have not said anything in this book about Hindu fundamentalists, which is what Savarkar and his followers are considered to be. But what would a non-monotheistic monotheistic fundamentalism look like? For Dayanand Saraswati, the founder and leader of the Arya Samaj, which comes closest to espousing a monotheistic fundamentalism, the Vedas could play the scriptural role that the Quran and Bible played in Islam and Christianity, and he dismissed all texts that postdated the Mahabharata. But the Arya Samaj's reach was limited to North India and to the Hindi heartland and Gujarat at best. Savarkar admired the leaders of the Arya Samaj for their proselytizing work, but paid no real attention to all the self-proclaimed Hindu sages and saints who appeared on India's cultural and political stages in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Savarkar realized that sectarian divides between Shaivites and Vaishnavites, between one sampradaya and another, not to mention the otherworldly messages that were proclaimed, were as anti-nationalist as the caste divides he so decried. Instead, he focused on Hindu as a single unifying political identity, a transcendent category bypassing all these divides. Savarkar did this not by referring to a book, but by simple gesture of trying every Hindu, whether one identified as Hindu or not, to a sacred cartography. One should note, however, that national sovereignty had been defined in the language of territoriality in Europe by the 17th century and universalized by European colonialism thereafter. This particular lesson of world history had been absorbed quite fully by Savarkar, but to it he added an Indic component. He also translated into the language of Hindutva the idea of ethnic solidarity in keeping with his vision of a Hindu state. Neither pluralist secularism, like Gandhi's Sarvadharma Samabhava, nor an unmarked universalism has been able to shake off Savarkar's territorial fundamentalism, so much so that the slogan, "Not an inch of our territory can be conceded to the enemy, chiefly Pakistan but also China," is now the common sense view voiced by all Indian political parties from the left to the right. Thus, Savarkar's territorial fundamentalism is now the accepted sacred cartography of Indian political discourse. Savarkar's territorial cartographic fundamentalism involved no temple, no theology, no priesthood, no rituals of worship, no single text, but there was a dogma, a vocabulary, and a set of cultural practices used for veneration. Music, the national anthem, poetry, Jayastute, dance. Even today, Savarkar's life invokes dance dramas and poems as the affective vocabulary of his remembrance. The cultural critic Ashish Nandi reads Savarkar as completely westernized in his concepts, and I don't give a fuck. His secularism in particular, mixed up though it was, prompted Nandi to view Savarkar as the literal embodiment of the disease of secular modern rationality. And remember, we discussed this paper from where she's quoting actually, a disowned father of the nation in India. We have discussed this entire paper from our live stream. You can still check it. A Western sickness, as Nandi diagnoses it, had taken over the body politic of colonial India, and Savarkar's imagination itself had been colonized by years of incarceration and hard labor, wherein he had become a mixture of collaboration, quote-unquote collaboration, and xenophobia. So what the fuck was he supposed to do? Wait for the rules to change, and then he would play the game. The nation-state model was the reality of the day, so he played according to those rules. Nandi calls this secularism, quote, the pathological byproduct of the modern idea of a secular nation-state rather than that of Hinduism. Yeah, bro, that is what we want. The more I read Savarkar in Marathi, the more this didn't seem altogether correct, exactly. Savarkar occupies a unique place between tradition and modernity. That's hybrid future, that's decoloniality. It would never be time for Savarkar to write Indian history in a Western mode. There would be no need for footnotes or to accept the work of scholarly historians or to worry much about facts when self-assured autodidactism could do the job just as well. History itself would be removed from its own disciplinary constraints to serve as Savarkar's nationalist handmaiden. The separation Nandi suggested between religion and nation was also not quite right. Savarkar was not truly or fully an atheist, as much as he projected himself as a rational modern thinker. Neither, however, did he fully abjure the fundamentality of the ideas of sacred and profane, transposing them onto a modern political ideology that simultaneously drew its power from religious traditions and affective modes of representation, while recommitting them all to a modernist project of national unity and strength. No temple, no theology, but there is a dogma. What a beautiful sentence. I'll have to underline this. Oh, Janaki Bakhle is setting fireworks right now. This paragraph was beautiful. I will read out this paragraph once again. Savarkar's territorial/cartographic fundamentalism involved no temple, no theology, no priesthood, no rituals of worship, no single text, but there was a dogma, a vocabulary, and a set of cultural practices used for veneration. Oof. Project of national unity and strength. This modernist project has culminated in perhaps the strangest of all results, the enshrining of Savarkar as a secular god and of Gandhi as a national saint. These images are themselves locked in battle, and when Savarkar's and Gandhi's respective biographies/autobiographies are read against each other, the differences present two distinct visions of and for India. Gandhi was the subject of biographies of journalists, historians, and scholars of world repute. Savarkar was memorialized almost exclusively within India and mainly in Marathi and to a lesser degree Hindi. While Gandhi lived his life transparently, if always with a kind of pedagogical intent, because he didn't have to give a shit because the British were not after him. Savarkar's life was closed off from public scrutiny and fashioned through narratives that seemed designed, whether written by him or others, to create and sustain a legend that drew anecdotes from his life only when they served a single higher purpose. All of Gandhi's biographies, from the first one written by William Shirer to the canonical ones by Mahadev Desai and Louis Fisher, to more recent ones by writers like Joseph Lelyveld, open a window into Gandhi's internal struggles over a range of subjects: sexuality, self-discipline, social reform. If biographies are accretive or accumulative, then every single biography gives us yet another facet of historical Gandhi. Savarkar's life is narrated in fundamentally different ways. A Homeric hero turned secular god. The corpus on Savarkar creates a consistent legend to be deified and enshrined. What is most remarkable is that the legend was based on his own narrative, one that projected all his struggles onto the outside world, while building the story from the beginning that here was an extraordinary human being whose only failure was to be insufficiently recognized as a great man during his lifetime. As generations of biographers beginning in his own lifetime and continuing until today have used the genre of hagiography to narrate his life, they have followed his own modes of self-fashioning, rendering a shared myth more than a real life. Savarkar was exonerated of any implication in Gandhi's actual assassination. But Savarkar and Gandhi, the god and the saint, remain in a seesawing rivalry, neither one able to ascend unless the other is descending. Oof! Gandhi's India can accommodate Nehru, Ambedkar, the constitution maker, not the annihilator of caste. But not Savarkar, even as Savarkar's India has no room not just for Gandhi but for most nationalist heroes, and after Ambedkar's conversion, it has no room for him, but plenty for Subhash Bose and Bhagat Singh. Between Savarkar and Gandhi, one has to choose. Even today, as Gandhi has been rendered a reactionary figure because of his seemingly accommodating caste politics, Savarkar is read by many as genuinely modern, a man who escaped the prejudices of Indian tradition, at least so long as you keep your hand over the anti-Muslim parts. That's what we do when we read Ambedkar, so who cares? Unless, of course, you share those views too and see him as an intrepid truth teller. Yes, we do. In this book, I have kept in mind Theodor Adorno's aphorism that one must be steeped in a tradition to hate it properly. By hate, Adorno meant critique, which I take to mean both appreciation and analysis. I have steeped myself in the traditions that surround Savarkar so I could present a new view, scholarly and dispassionate, but also embedded in the traditions and milieu that spawned his life and his legends. I have tried to present Savarkar as a man of intense nationalist passion who was seen as extraordinarily dangerous and hence important and influential by the colonial authorities, yet who was used perhaps unwittingly at the same time by them to further their own agenda. Perhaps. Her main criticism against Savarkar has been that he might have been a stooge for British, and now she says perhaps. So you see, the entire argument of Mafivir is debunked by Bakhle overtly, completely in the beginning, and the other sneaky accusation that he might have been a stooge is at best called perhaps. Okay, that's the end of story for me, at least. And the anti-Muslim stuff, though, whoever cares, they will care. That is why I'm saying this book is nothing but a glorification of Savarkar and the most detailed research. I can't fucking understand how our right-wingers pissed about this book. I have detailed, I will have to underline this perhaps unwittingly. I have detailed his radical progressivism about caste and gender while also unveiling his legendary fear and rage at Muslims. I have depicted a man who took himself, much like his chief enemy Gandhi, as representative of Hindus, while casting them as minorities in their own land. I've detailed radical progressivism about caste and gender, depicted a man who took himself, much like his representative of Hindus, while casting them as minorities in their own. Yeah, a position he was steadfastly devoted to undoing. I have shown his immense learning, but also his superficial exposition and single-minded obsessions, blinded by his anger at Muslims and Hindus like Gandhi, who wanted to create a nation that was comfortable with constituencies within it that had multiple and thus treasonous loyalties. I have spent so much time writing about and translating his poetry in order that we can see his brilliance, a master of multiple genres who truly loved his native language Marathi. I have shown the picture of a man who was obsessed by history and yet used it in ways that were only meant to mobilize the past for the purposes of devotion to a future in which the Hindu nation would rise triumphant against all odds and against all enemies. I have written of a man who was simultaneously full of hatred and love. In India today, the BJP-led government has all but ruled that the cow is a sacred animal and may not be slaughtered. It has mandated that schools can only teach a Hindu history that does not focus on Hindu defeat but teaches the glories of Hindu potentates. It's a complete lie, especially based on the timing of when this book came out. For those who might assume that Savarkar authored both of these worldviews, it is salutary to remember that he would have certainly opposed the ban on cow slaughter on the grounds that the cow is sacred, and yet he would have been the chief advocate for the view that only a glorious Hindu history ought to be taught. In 2003, the BJP-led National Democratic Alliance amended the Citizenship Act of 1955, which also gave them a mandate to create a national register of citizens. The 2003 CAA offered refuge to persecuted minorities from India's neighboring countries. In December 2019, the BJP led by Modi amended the CAA once again. This time, the amendment specifically named religious minorities in Muslim countries who would be eligible for citizenship. On the face of it, the new law simply makes it easier for non-Muslim refugees from 3 Muslim-majority countries surrounding India to become citizens of India. Hindus and other non-Muslims who did not have the paperwork the NRC declared necessary could get citizenship through the CAA. At the same time, millions of Indian Muslims who did not have the same paperwork could now be made stateless. Oh, really? The BJP claimed that the NRC and the CAA were unrelated and not directed against Muslims. Yet in the one state, Assam, where the NRC has been implemented, nearly 2 million people, mostly Muslims, have now been categorized as suspected foreigners. The controversy over the CAA and NRC erupted a few months after the revocation of Article 370, by which the state of Jammu and Kashmir was downgraded to a union territory. The central government in Delhi assumed the power to administer the territory and suspend civil liberties, horseshit, arresting political leaders and imposing one of the longest internet blackouts ever recorded in a democracy. I believe that Savarkar would have supported the 2019 CAA and the NRC in augmenting the numbers of Hindu citizens and also, for that matter, making Jammu and Kashmir into a union territory. But temples mattered not at all to him, nor did the epics as sacred texts. He had no time for Hindu ritual observances, nor would he have supported spending money on building more temples. His views of the Indian nation have triumphed, and yet his legacy and certainly his legends sit at an uncomfortable angle to the gloss of Hindu religiosity that so often accompanies the policies of the Hindu right. Exactly the problem we discuss every day from this channel. At this moment in history, Savarkar may indeed have triumphed over his rivals, fully displacing the positions held by Gandhi, Nehru, and other leaders of the INC. Yet, he remains an enigmatic and contradictory figure, a man who, even at a time of his political apotheosis, escapes the easy legends that undergird the populist fundamentalisms of contemporary politics. He remains inscrutable still, both in what one might admire about him and what one may revile. But I trust that he is a little less inscrutable now, after you have encountered the slow turning of the kaleidoscope through the pages of this book. Inscrutable meaning impossible to understand or interpret. What a way to finish the book. The book just ended, by the way, guys. What a beautiful last sentence. He remains inscrutable still, both in what one might admire about him and what one may revile, but I trust that he is a little less inscrutable now after you have encountered the slow turning of the kaleidoscope through the pages of this book. 425 pages, and the rest is appendix and bibliography citations. Holy shit, that's a big book. What a beautiful book. What a beautiful scholar. What good scholarship, and what a great man. I am so proud of myself today for buying this book. I was so right to buy this book, even when every right-winger who had heard of this book were criticizing me, heavily criticizing me for buying this book, saying that, oh, what's the point? Only read Sampath Savarkar. Everything that I learned from this book, I can use against commies in any argument, because she's a historian from UCLA. What an awesome piece of research, guys. This is what we have social sciences for. ऐसा research करने के लिए इतने साल wait करना पड़ा. What a great book. It was such a right decision buying this book. Next day, we will finish Hindu Rashtra Darshan, and then we will finish the other books in which we are halfway through. Let's see what are the comments discussing. Almost caught up on it. Great book, Dada. Yes. Anyway, thanks a lot for joining the live stream, guys. Good night.
যদি সবাই ফিরে যায় ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা সবাই ফিরে যায় যদি গহন পথে যাওয়ার কালে কেউ ফিরে না যায় তবে পথের কাটা তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে তুই রক্ত মাখা চরণ তলে একলা দলরে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না তবে একলা চলো রে যদি আলো না ধরে ওরে ওরে ও ভাগা আলো না ধরে যদি ঝড় বাদলে আধার রাতে দুয়ার দেয় ঘরে তবে বজ্রানলে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে আপন বুকের পাঁজর জ্বালিয়ে নিয়ে একলা চলো রে যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো